Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Last summer, I went camping with a few friends in Algonquin Park in Ontario. It's a massive park, full of lakes and thick forests, and it's one of those places where you really feel like you're in the wild. You pay for your permit, and then you're basically on your own. You can portage through different lakes, hike around until you find an empty campsite, and settle there. It's peaceful, beautiful, and kind of eerie in the best way. The sites are all spread far apart from each other, and when you finally reach your chosen spot, there's usually no one for miles. You hear loons calling across the lake, wind in the trees, and maybe a splash from a fish or a beaver, but that's it. No traffic, no people talking in the distance. Just your group and the woods. We were a group of 6, 3 guys, 3 girls. We'd all gone to school together, and though we weren't all best friends, we got along pretty well. Everyone was comfortable with being out in the woods, and the group had a good mix of relaxed and cautious. We all had our own gear, and most of us had camped before, some more than others. We paddled for a few hours, did a few short portages, and finally picked a site that was flat and had a bit of a rise, with a great view of the lake from the fire pit area. There was a decent tree line for hanging food and setting up hammocks, and enough space for all the tents. The weather was decent, sunny with the occasional gust of wind that stirred up the water, just enough to keep things interesting. We spent the afternoon setting up tents, organizing the site, and figuring out how we'd hang the food bags. There had been reports of bear sightings in the park recently. Nothing too aggressive, but enough to be cautious. So we took the usual steps. No food in the tents, hung everything high between trees away from camp, kept the cooking area separate. We even made sure to clean up anything with a scent, wrappers, empty bottles, sunscreen, all of it. We knew the drill. Once everything was settled and dinner was done, some freeze-dried meals, trail mix, and a bottle or 2 of wine, we started a fire. As the sun went down, the lake turned glassy, reflecting the skies orange and pink. The firelight started to be the only thing casting shadows. That's the part of camping I love, when everything gets quiet and your world shrinks down to the glow of the fire and the circle of your friends around it. But the dark in a place like Algonquin is different. It's not like the suburbs or even smaller towns where there's always some ambient glow on the horizon. Out there, the darkness is absolute. You can't see anything past the firelight. Even the path to the tent can feel like walking into a void unless you have a flashlight. One of the girls, she wasn't new to camping, but she wasn't used to being that deep in the woods, started getting a little uneasy once it got really dark. Understandable. Every little crack of a branch or rustle in the brush seemed louder. She kept glancing around and holding her flashlight tighter. I think part of it was the bare warnings we'd been given when we checked in at the visitor center. They weren't meant to scare you, but when someone hands you a brochure that basically says don't die, it lingers. Eventually, she said she needed to go pee and asked someone to come with her. Again, not unusual. You don't walk away from the fire alone in the woods, especially when it's pitch black. One of the guys stood up, tall guy, broad build, pretty chill most of the time, and grabbed a flashlight to walk with her. They headed off toward the trees, not far from where we'd put up the food hang. A few seconds later, he stops dead. We were still sitting around the fire, and from the way he froze, it wasn't clear if he was messing around or not. He turned his head a bit, still holding the flashlight, and looked into the woods. There's someone out there. He said it loud enough for us to hear, but not like he was yelling. It wasn't a panic scream. It was more like a confused warning. The girl with him kind of stepped back toward him, and you could tell she thought he was joking, but we all looked up. I don't know if it was the way he said it or just the atmosphere, but a weird silence settled over us for a second. I didn't say anything, but I felt myself get rigid, staring into the darkness beyond them. We were all waiting for him to break character. Maybe he'd grin, maybe they'd laugh, maybe it was just a prank. But he didn't laugh. He turned his head back toward us slowly, and the look on his face just wasn't right. He looked pale, serious, like he'd seen something that didn't make sense. His voice didn't have any edge of playfulness, and he didn't move. That froze us more than anything. Then, as if right on cue, we heard it. A few twigs snapping off in the woods. Not close, but not far either. Like 20 or 30 feet into the trees. Just a crack, then a pause, then another one. My stomach clenched. It could have been a deer, a raccoon, anything, but in that moment, it didn't matter. Everyone tensed. Our ears strained to hear more. Then, from out of the blackness beyond the trees, someone came running toward us. I swear, I've never felt my body lock up that hard before. 1 second, we were squinting at shadows, trying to figure out what was going on. The next, a human shape exploded out of the trees, sprinting full tilt straight toward the fire. I barely saw details at first. Just the motion. Fast, erratic, heavy footfalls thudding against the ground. The light from the fire caught glimpses of skin, bare chest, wild hair. My heart jumped into my throat, and my legs wouldn't move. My mind went blank. It wasn't just fear. It was a kind of paralyzing disbelief. Like my brain couldn't figure out what was happening fast enough to tell my body what to do. The guy didn't say anything at first, just kept running toward us, arms slightly raised like he was warding something off or about to yell. He was shirtless, his beard tangled, hair wet and stuck to his forehead. His chest was heaving like he'd been running forever. There was a wildness in his eyes, and even after he stopped, maybe 6 feet from the fire, it took a long second before anyone said anything. He just stood there, breathing hard, looking at each of us like he was trying to confirm we were real. That's when he finally spoke. Something about finding civilization, about being lost. His words slurred a little, his pupils massive, and he kept looking around like he wasn't sure if this was real. It took a minute before we pieced it together. He wasn't trying to scare us. He wasn't dangerous, at least not on purpose. He was high, not drunk, tripping hard. From what we gathered, he had apparently decided it would be a good idea to go for a midnight paddle while under the influence of something, probably mushrooms or acid, and had lost track of time, space, and sense. Somehow, he ended up on our side of the lake, which, considering how far we'd paddled earlier, was impressive in a terrifying sort of way. He had no shirt, no shoes, no life jacket, no flashlight, and no clue where he was. We didn't know what to do at first. He was clearly out of it, but also exhausted. His breathing slowed a bit, and he kept swaying like he might fall over. We didn't feel right sending him back into the woods or to the water. He didn't have a clue how to get back to wherever he came from. One of us pointed to a hammock and gestured for him to sit. He didn't argue, just nodded and collapsed into it like a puppet with the strings cut. Within minutes, he was asleep. We sat by the fire, staring at each other, barely speaking. There were too many questions we didn't have answers to. Where had he come from exactly? How far had he paddled? Was he alone? Would someone come looking for him? Should we go looking for them? Eventually, we decided we'd just wait. It wasn't like we could drag him back through the woods or make him leave. He wasn't aggressive, just gone. After a long while, we went to bed one by one, leaving the fire burning low. Nobody slept great. Every sound outside the tents made us flinch. The reality of how vulnerable we were out there really set in. We weren't afraid of him hurting us, but the situation felt unpredictable, and the unknown is what really messes with your mind in the dark. Morning came slowly. The sunlight through the trees was dim at first, and it took a while before we fully woke up. When we stepped out of the tents and looked over at the hammock, he was gone. No sign of him. The hammock was still swaying slightly, like maybe he'd just left. We checked around, saw some damp footprints near the shore, and what looked like a paddle's drag mark near one of the rocks. We waited a bit, just to see if he might come back, or if we'd hear something across the lake. Nothing. It was like he'd vanished. No boat in sight, no movement through the trees. We didn't know which direction he'd come from, and we definitely didn't know where he went. After breakfast, we paddled to the nearest ranger station, a long trip but necessary. We didn't report him like he was a threat, just let them know what happened in case someone was looking for him. They took notes and said they'd keep an ear out, but nothing ever came of it. No reports, no missing person, no incident follow-up. We checked the news after we got back home, worried we might read something awful. But there was nothing. To this day, I don't know who he was or where he came from. He might have been fine. Maybe he made it back to his group and laughed it off as a weird detour. Maybe he didn't even remember it. But the whole thing stuck with me. How fast something can go from calm to chaos, how helpless you can feel even with a group around you, and how thin that line is between adventure and disaster. We were lucky. So was he. After that trip, I started camping a little differently. More prepared, more cautious. Not scared, just aware. Because out there, you're not really alone. And sometimes, it's not the animals you have to watch out for. I remember that day clearly, even though it was months ago now. It started off like any other hike my girlfriend and I had been on before. Just the two of us, the open mountain trail, the air crisp and fresh, and that wide, endless sky stretching out above. We had planned this trip for a while, mostly because I'd heard from some friends that the mountain had one of the best views of the sunrise you could get. My girlfriend was excited about the idea of waking up early, catching that perfect light, and I was happy to bring my camera along to try to capture it. She insisted I bring it. She really wanted to have those moments saved in pictures. I agreed without hesitation. We started early in the morning. The trail was steep in places, but manageable. We passed a few hikers going down the mountain, but almost no one was heading up. From what I remember, it felt like the mountain was ours alone, just me and her. That feeling of isolation was nice at first, peaceful even. The trees were tall and thick around us, the leaves whispering in the wind. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, and the ground was soft with fallen needles. As we climbed higher, the sunlight started fading behind the thick canopy. We'd been hiking for hours by the time we reached the higher parts, where the trees thinned out and gave way to rocky outcrops and low shrubs. The air was cooler, and the wind stronger. We could see long stretches of the valley below, rivers cutting through the land like silver ribbons. We stopped a few times to catch our breath and take pictures. My girlfriend was fascinated by the small details: a moss-covered stone, a spider web shimmering with dew, a bird perched silently on a branch. She was quiet and contemplative, taking everything in. I tried to capture some of it on my camera, adjusting settings and angles to get the light just right. By late afternoon, we were near the summit. The trail was almost empty. No one else was coming up, and those we saw descending had all passed us hours ago. It was strange how deserted the path had become. The last couple of hikers had said they were heading down to their cars, mentioning that the sun was setting and they didn't want to get caught in the dark on the way back. We felt a little nervous about staying overnight, but the thought of seeing that sunrise kept us going. We found a spot off the trail, a clearing that felt private and perfect. It was maybe a half-hour's walk away from the main path, nestled among a few scattered rocks and low trees, with a wide view of the horizon. We made sure to pick a place hidden enough so no one could see us from the trail. We didn't want any unexpected visitors during the night. The sun was dropping low by then, painting the sky orange and pink. Setting up camp was slow but steady. We pulled out the tent and laid it on a flat patch of ground, checking for rocks or roots underneath to keep things comfortable. My girlfriend unpacked the sleeping bags while I gathered some dry wood for a fire. The air was getting colder, and we knew the fire would be necessary to keep warm and cook dinner. The fire was small but bright, crackling and popping in the cool evening air. The flames lit up our faces and cast long shadows on the ground around us. We cooked some simple food: canned beans, bread, some cheese. Nothing fancy, but enough to fill us up. The sky darkened gradually, the stars appearing one by one. The moon was nearly full, glowing softly and illuminating the whole clearing with a gentle silver light. We didn't speak much after dinner. The silence felt heavy but comfortable. The only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and our breathing. We sat close, wrapped in blankets, watching the sky and feeling the cold settle deeper into the night. Eventually, we crawled into the tent. It was tight but cozy, the walls a thin barrier against the cold and the night outside. We zipped it up carefully, making sure it was sealed tight. I placed my camera inside my backpack, which I tucked into a corner of the tent near my sleeping bag. My girlfriend had her phone on airplane mode and an old alarm clock strapped to her pillow. She was determined to wake up early for the sunrise. I think I fell asleep quickly. The exhaustion of the hike and the warmth of the sleeping bag took over. But somewhere in the middle of the night, I thought I saw a flash outside, like lightning, a sudden bright light that made me blink and stir, but it was gone before I could focus on it. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a passing cloud or some kind of reflection. I drifted back into sleep. The next morning, I was woken gently by my girlfriend. Her alarm had gone off, vibrating under her head, and she was eager to get up and see the sun. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and zipped up the tent to peek outside. The air was chilly but calm. I noticed the ground wasn't wet at all. No dew, no signs of rain or even moisture from the night. That struck me as odd because I expected at least some dew or dampness from the cool night air. We stepped out of the tent and settled on some rocks facing east. The sky was clear except for a few wispy clouds. The horizon started to glow a soft pink, then gradually shifted to gold and orange as the sun crept up. It was everything I hoped it would be. The colors were breathtaking, the light warming our faces and filling the valley below with brightness. I took out my camera, excited to capture the moment. I snapped picture after picture, adjusting the focus and angle, trying to get the sun's rays just right. No photo could really capture how it felt, that stillness and vastness, the quiet energy of a new day beginning. After a while, we ate a small breakfast, sharing the last of our snacks and drinking some water we'd brought. When we finished packing up, we carefully left no trace of our camp behind. We returned to the trail and started hiking down the mountain. The descent was easier and the air warmer in the sun's light. We talked a little, but mostly enjoyed the quiet and the rhythm of our footsteps. By the time we got to my car, we were both tired but happy. We stopped for a moment by the roadside before heading home, and my girlfriend asked to look at the pictures on my camera. I handed it over, watching as she flipped through the images of the sunrise, the mountain, the landscape. Her face was full of smiles until suddenly her expression shifted. She handed the camera back to me without a word. When I looked at the screen, I saw a photo that wasn't ours taking pictures of the mountain or the sky. It was a photo of us, sleeping inside our tent. Both of us, lying there, eyes closed, completely unaware. My heart jumped. The photo was unmistakably taken from inside the tent. The angle, the lighting, it was the exact spot where our sleeping bags had been. Someone had gone into our tent while we were asleep, pulled my camera out of my backpack, taken the picture, then quietly put everything back and zipped the tent up again. We never heard a sound that night. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. And the tent had been tightly sealed, zipped up all around. Yet somehow, someone managed to get inside without waking us. I looked closely at the photo again. There was no reflection of a face, no sign of anyone else. But the fact that it was there proved someone had been inside, watching us, close enough to take the picture without disturbing our sleep. I felt sick to my stomach. The mountain that had felt so peaceful and safe was suddenly a place where a stranger could come close, silently, and invade the most private moment. We never went back to that mountain. I deleted the picture, but the feeling it left didn't go away. Every time I think about that night, I wonder who it was, someone who saw us there, someone who planned to keep tabs on us, maybe even someone who stayed nearby all night, waiting for us to fall asleep. It's a strange kind of fear, the kind that doesn't come with noise or shadowy figures. It's the feeling that you're not alone, even when you think you are. The feeling that someone is close enough to reach out and touch you, but you'll never know until it's too late. That trip was supposed to be a memory of beauty, a perfect sunrise, the kind you chase your whole life. But what stayed with me was the sense of being watched, of being vulnerable in a place I thought was safe. I keep the memory close, a reminder that even in the quietest, most beautiful places, danger can find a way in. And sometimes, it's not a shout or a flash of light. It's the silence between the moments, the invisible presence just out of sight. Two years ago, in early April, I went on a trip with two good friends of mine. We decided to hike out to a remote lake that was part of a system we had been to before, but this time we were aiming to camp somewhere new, somewhere deeper into the wilderness. We had no GPS, no cell signal, nothing but topo maps and a compass to guide us. We started early in the morning, parking our car at the end of a long, narrow rural road that looked barely used. The air was crisp and cold, the kind of early spring chill that feels clean but sharp in your lungs. The trees still had that late winter look, with no leaves yet and branches sticking out like skeletal fingers. The sky was clear, pale blue with just a few wisps of clouds. Our plan was simple: follow an old off-road trail for several clicks, then climb a steep cliff face that overlooked the lake, and then navigate through some thick forest using our maps and compass. The hike-in was tough, more challenging than I had anticipated. The off-road trail was rough, rutted by decades of erosion, covered with fallen branches and slick with patches of melting snow. The mud sucked at my boots with every step. The forest around us was silent, except for the occasional rustle of dry leaves and the distant call of a crow. We reached the base of the cliff face late in the afternoon. Looking up, it felt almost vertical, and the rocks were slick and crumbly in places. Looking back down at the trail we had just walked, I felt a mix of excitement and dread. Climbing it was risky, but there was no other way around. I remember the tension in my muscles, the slow, careful steps as I found holds on the rough granite, the constant focus on balance and footing. One wrong move, and it could be a long, painful fall. When we finally made it up, we found an old ATV trail cutting through the forest at the top. It was clear enough to follow, but overgrown in sections, and the ground was littered with leaves, pine needles, and broken twigs. We followed that trail for a while before the trees grew so thick that it was easier to just leave the trail and bushwhack our way through the woods using the compass and map. This part was grueling. The forest floor was uneven, with moss-covered rocks and fallen logs, thorny bushes and tangled roots that seemed to grab at our boots. The trees closed in around us, making the light dim even in midday. Every now and then, I would stop and check the compass to make sure we were heading in the right direction. My arms and legs ached from pushing through the brush, and my backpack felt heavier with each hour. It took us about 8 hours to reach the lake. When we finally broke through the trees and saw the water sparkling in the late afternoon sun, I felt a rush of relief and accomplishment. The lake was tucked away in a basin surrounded by steep cliffs and thick forest. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the gray sky and the surrounding rock faces. A cool breeze drifted over the surface. We set up camp on a large flat area of exposed Canadian shield rock, about 25 feet above the water's edge. The rock was cold and rough underfoot, but offered a commanding view of the lake and the approach to it from below. It felt like the perfect spot to settle for the night. We pitched our tents and began to unpack our gear. Near our camp, we discovered something odd, an old, rusted metal chair. It looked like it had been there for decades, weathered by time and the elements. The paint was long gone, the metal corroded and fragile. It sat near the edge of the cliff, overlooking the path that led down to the water. We guessed it had belonged to hunters who once used the spot as a lookout, but it was strange to see such an artifact in a place so remote and wild. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. The wind came in hard from the west, biting into our skin and whipping the trees around. It began to snow lightly, the flakes swirling in the headlamp beams as we finished cooking our dinner over a small camp stove. The snow quickly settled on the rocks and tents, making the whole place look cold and quiet, almost untouched except for us. I had brought along a new hammock tent, but after feeling the chill and the wind, I decided to move into the main tent with my friends. The tent was small, only meant for 2 people, and I found myself wedged between Chris, who was built like a bear with broad shoulders and thick arms, and our third friend, a vegetarian who was fairly quiet, but had a tendency to let out loud, frequent gas. It wasn't the most comfortable night I'd ever spent, but at least I was out of the wind and cold. I lay awake for a while, listening to the wind howling around the rock ledges, the trees creaking, and the occasional soft tapping of snow falling off branches. The silence of the wilderness was heavy, different from any silence I'd known in the city or even on more frequented trails. It had a weight to it, like the forest itself was holding its breath. In the early hours, just as dawn began to hint its light on the horizon, Chris woke up suddenly. I could hear him shifting in the tent. Later, he told us he had heard footsteps outside near where the old rusty chair sat. At first, he thought it was another camper or a hunter walking around the area. But the strange thing was there had been no sounds of a vehicle, no ATV, no car, and the place was so remote that getting there on foot meant hours of tough hiking through difficult terrain. He said he had listened for a while, but didn't hear anything else, and eventually drifted back to sleep. We didn't think much of it at the time. The wilderness is full of noises at night, and it's easy to mistake animals or the wind for human steps. We packed up and started our hike back in the bright morning sun. The route back was easier since we followed the ATV trail around the cliff face. When we reached the end of the trail near our car, we ran into some locals out for a ride on their off-road machines. They were surprised to hear we had made it all the way to the lake. They told us the ATV trail was usually flooded at a certain point and hadn't been used for decades. One of the men said he and his father had cleared the trail back in the 1960s. When we mentioned the rusty chair, they confirmed there used to be a hunting camp there in the 1970s, but it was abandoned when the beaver population grew and flooded parts of the area. This made us realize that Chris's footstep story didn't quite add up. If someone had been there on foot at night, how had they gotten through the flooded sections? Why hadn't we heard any machines? And why had the person apparently turned back without making contact or staying? Months later, I brought it up again at a dinner party. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange it was that someone would walk through that area at night just to check a campsite and leave without a word. We also checked to see if there were any hunting seasons open at the time. It was only small game, nothing that would attract someone out there at night. The thought stayed with me after that. Out there on that cliff, overlooking the water and the forest beyond, that old rusty chair felt less like a forgotten relic and more like a silent marker. A reminder that people had been watching that spot, maybe waiting, or maybe something else. On the last night, just before bed, I heard a fox call nearby. At first, it was a low, mournful yip, but then it turned into a high-pitched, frantic scream. The sound was eerie, almost like a cry for help or a warning. The fox was in heat, and the noise carried far in the still night air. It made me uneasy, reminding me how wild and untamed the place really was. It was the kind of sound that can gnaw at your nerves when you're alone in the dark. We packed up early the next day and left the lake behind. The memory of that trip stayed with me. The long, grueling hike, the cold nights, the strange footsteps Chris heard, and that wild fox's cry echoing through the forest. I still think about that place sometimes, about who might have been out there walking through the woods at night. Maybe it was a hunter, or someone who didn't want to be seen. Maybe it was nothing. But knowing how remote and difficult it was to get there on foot, the mystery lingers. There's a part of me that hopes I never run into anyone out there in the dark again, especially someone who's willing to walk for hours through flooded trails and thick woods just to check on an abandoned camp. Because that kind of quiet presence, watching and waiting, is something you don't notice until it's too late. I remember that trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened when I was just about 7 years old. Back then, being in the Scouts was one of the most exciting things for me. We were a group of kids from all over, all buzzing with the energy that only a weekend away from home could bring. Our destination was an old monastery, way out in the middle of nowhere in rural Ireland. The kind of place where the roads are just thin ribbons of asphalt winding through endless fields, and the nearest village might as well be on another planet. The monastery itself was ancient. Stone walls covered in moss, tall, dark windows that seemed to stare down at us like eyes. The air was cold, damp, and smelled of old earth and wet stone. I still remember the way my fingers felt clammy and cold, even though I wasn't sure if it was from the chill or just nervousness. We were given a tour when we arrived, led by a couple of the monks who lived there. They were quiet, serious men with kind faces, but eyes that seemed to hold heavy secrets. As we walked through the monastery, they told us stories that didn't feel like normal stories you'd hear on a camp trip. They spoke in low voices about things that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. They mentioned that the monastery had a dark history, murders and suicides that had happened there long ago. They pointed out places where monks supposedly had hung themselves and showed us candle holders that were broken, saying these were where failed attempts had taken place. It was the kind of thing you hear in scary stories, but these were right there in front of us, real and tangible. The chapel was large and shadowy, with cracked stained glass windows casting dim colors on the worn stone floor. They told us that some of the monks had ended their own lives here. The room was quiet, and the echoes of our footsteps felt almost disrespectful in the stillness. I didn't fully understand all the words, but I could feel the weight of it. The broken candle holders were unsettling, some broken off at strange angles, like they'd been snapped quickly, almost violently. It wasn't just the stories, it was the atmosphere. The place seemed like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. When night fell on the first day, the chill crept deeper into the bones of the monastery. Our group huddled around the fireplace in the common room, but sleep was hard to come by. Shadows moved on the walls, and every creak of the old building made my heart jump. The other kids whispered, trying to act brave, but I could hear the tremble in their voices. The monks had said the place was haunted, but no one really talked about that. It was like the murders and suicides were enough to make the air heavy. On the last night, they took us out for what was supposed to be the highlight of the trip, ghost stories in the graveyard. The walk there was about 10 minutes through fields and narrow paths surrounded by thick trees and old stone walls. The sky was completely black, no stars, no moon. Our torches flickered, and the narrow beams of light barely cut through the darkness. The graveyard itself was small, with weathered headstones leaning at odd angles, some so old the names were unreadable. The ground was uneven and soft from years of rain. We gathered in a loose circle, the grown-ups telling stories meant to thrill and scare us. The stories were full of dark things, shadows, strange noises, and restless spirits. It was enough to make every one of us shiver, not just from the cold, but from real fear. After the stories ended, we started the walk back to the monastery. The silence between us was thick, only broken by the crunch of footsteps on gravel and the occasional sniffle from one of the younger kids. Then, out of nowhere, we saw headlights in the distance. It was strange, 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere, and here was a set of bright lights slowly moving toward us along the narrow country road. It didn't make sense. The monks were at the front of our group, leading us, and suddenly one of them shouted to us to jump over a ditch and a water drain beside the path. Then he told us to turn off our torches immediately. Everyone obeyed, though some of us were trembling so badly it was hard to move. I was a little ahead of the group, the torch in my hand extinguished, but still warm. The cold air felt sharper now, almost biting my skin as we crouched down behind the ditch. The van's headlights grew brighter and closer, slicing through the darkness like knives. I could see the shape clearly now. It was a large white van with a metal cage attached to the back. The cage had no top and was full of sheep, bleating quietly in the dark. 2 men were visible in the front seat, both wearing black balaclavas that covered their faces, making them look like something out of a nightmare. One held a shotgun resting against the seat, and the other gripped what looked like a machine gun. The van slowed as it neared us, and I could see the monk standing in the middle of the group, the only one with his torch still lit. He didn't seem afraid, but there was panic in the way he moved and spoke. One of the masked men jumped out of the van and approached the monk. They exchanged hurried, tense words that I couldn't hear, but I could feel the tension crackling between them like electricity. After a few minutes, the van's engine roared back to life, and it sped off into the darkness, leaving us frozen behind the ditch. The monk looked terrified now and shouted that we needed to get back to the monastery fast. We didn't hesitate. The walk back was the most terrifying part. No one spoke. The only sounds were our hurried footsteps and quiet sobs from the younger kids. The old monastery looked even more sinister in the night, its shadowed walls looming as if watching us return. When we finally got inside, we were told nothing more, just to go to our rooms and stay there until morning. I remember lying awake that whole night, staring at the ceiling of the old dormitory room. The stories, the van, the masked men, it all felt like a nightmare that might come back at any moment. No one explained what was going on, and none of the adults talked about it. We just sat with the fear, the silence, and the unknown. To this day, I still don't know what that van was, or why those men were there in the middle of rural Ireland at 3 a.m. But I know that was the moment when I first understood what real fear feels like. Not the kind from scary stories or movies, but the raw, silent kind that grips your whole body and makes everything else fade away. The monastery was more than just an old building with a dark history. It was a place where something very real and very dangerous had crossed into our lives, if only for a few terrifying minutes. The next morning, the sun rose pale and weak, and the usual noise of birds and animals seemed quieter than normal. The trip ended soon after, and we all went home without a word about what had happened. But for me, that night left a mark I carry with me, a reminder that sometimes the darkest stories aren't the ones told by monks or whispered by the wind. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones you see with your own eyes in the middle of nowhere, when the world is at its quietest and fear is waiting just around the corner. We had been planning the trip for weeks. 5 of us, a tight crew that fished together every chance we got, mostly just for the hell of it and the quiet time outside town. Estacada, Oregon, had always been a solid spot for us, with good fishing at Promontory and enough space to unwind without running into a crowd. We loaded up the old truck in the morning, tossing in fishing poles, a cooler full of beers, some snacks, and a couple of bags with our gear. No one cared much about fancy setups, just the basics and a good time. The drive out was easy, the sun shining warm on the windshield. The windows cracked open to let in the fresh Oregon air mixed with the scent of pine and damp earth from the forests we passed. By the time we hit the fishing spot, the river was calm, the water running smooth over the rocks, and the place was mostly empty except for a couple of other cars parked farther down the road. It felt like our little slice of peace. We found a spot right near the water's edge, where the bank dropped gently into the river, and there was enough space to throw out our lines and relax. The sun was climbing high by then, but the shade from the tall evergreens made the heat bearable. We set up, cracked open some beers, and passed around a joint. The smoke curled lazily into the air, mixing with the soft hum of insects and the occasional splash from a fish jumping. We didn't talk much at first, just soaking in the silence and the light breeze, letting the river and the trees take over our minds. By midday, the beers were going down easier, and the stories started to flow. One of us would remember a wild thing that happened last summer, and the rest would laugh or shake their heads. The joint made everything funnier, the jokes got louder, and the fishing. Well, the fishing wasn't great, but we didn't care. We weren't there for the catch. We were there for the day itself, to get away and just be with each other. The sun began to lean west, slanting long golden rays across the water. The sky was a perfect, clear blue that started fading to soft pinks and purples as evening approached. Our cooler was empty, and the joint had been passed around enough times that the initial buzz had settled into a warm, loose feeling in our chests and limbs. The river looked even more beautiful in the fading light, almost like it was glowing. We were the last ones left at the spot, the few other groups packing up their gear and leaving long before us. No one else wanted to stay out after dark. But the five of us? We didn't want the day to end. The buzz in our heads and the warmth in our bones made the night seem like the perfect time to keep the fun going. We pulled our stuff back to the truck, which was parked on the gravel shoulder right beside the road. The truck was old but reliable, the kind of vehicle that had been through enough rough roads to feel like part of the family. The headlights weren't on yet, just the glow from the street lamps a little way down the road, barely lighting the area. The night air had started to cool, carrying a faint dampness from the river and the nearby trees. Crickets chirped all around us, blending with the distant sound of cars traveling on the highway that ran not too far from where we were. We stood around the back of the truck, leaning on the tailgate, laughing and joking, just messing around like we always did. The beer bottles were empty now, but the warmth in us didn't fade. Someone pulled out another joint, and we passed it around, the smoke thick and sweet in the air. Stories flew back and forth, dumb jokes, goofy impressions, memories of dumb shit we'd done as kids. It felt like we were the only people in the world for a while. Then, off in the distance, we heard it, a car. Not a regular car, but something rough and ragged. It was slow at first, but you could tell it wasn't running right. The engine sounded choppy, uneven, like it was barely hanging together. We all stopped mid-laugh, listening. The sound of the car on the gravel road was sharp and clear in the night air. We could tell exactly where it was, down the road, heading our way. One of us, Jason, grinned wide, the kind of grin that meant he was about to start some dumb idea. "Hey," he said, half laughing, "let's moon him." The rest of us looked at each other, a little surprised. It was a dumb idea, but the kind that seemed hilarious in the moment. The car was close enough now that you could see the headlights cutting through the dark, bouncing off the trees. Jason dropped his pants quickly, turning his back to the car, and gave the driver a full moon. We laughed hard, the sound echoing down the quiet road. No one expected what happened next. The car, which had been moving slow and steady, suddenly fishtailed. The back tires lost grip on the gravel, and the whole thing spun out of control. The headlights swung wild, lighting up the ditch beside the road, then the truck, and then the trees. The sound of metal scraping against rock and dirt filled the air. Then a loud crash, a full hit, the car sliding hard into the ditch, the engine roaring in protest. Our laughter died instantly. We all froze, eyes wide, staring at the wrecked car half buried in the side of the ditch, smoke rising from the engine like a bad omen. "Shit," I muttered. Without thinking, we took off running, our boots crunching on the gravel and dirt as we rushed toward the wreck. We didn't know if the driver was hurt or what was going on, but we had to check. When we got halfway there, a figure pushed open the driver's side door and climbed out. It was a man, tall and rough-looking, with a face shadowed by the truck's headlights. Then he spoke, his voice low and slow with a thick, heavy accent that reminded me of something straight out of a backwoods movie. "So, y'all like showing your ass, do you?" he said, the words carrying a dangerous edge. Before any of us could answer, we heard it. That unmistakable sound, the click-click of a gun being cocked. It was sharp, mechanical, and terrifying in the stillness of the night. Everything snapped tight. We turned around on the spot, not even thinking. The warmth from the day vanished, replaced by pure adrenaline. We sprinted back toward the truck, lungs burning, hearts pounding in our ears. The man's footsteps pounded behind us, the sound of the gun still there, like a warning. We threw ourselves into the truck, doors slamming, the engine roaring to life. The tires spat gravel as we peeled out, the speedometer climbing fast. We hit 90 miles per hour in seconds, the headlights cutting through the dark road as we fled the scene. We didn't stop until the lights of a convenience store came into view. The moment we saw it, we pulled in hard, parking near the front, headlights glaring into the empty lot. We were shaking, the fear still fresh and raw. We grabbed our phones and finally got a signal. Calling the cops was a blur, our words spilling out in fast, nervous bursts. They told us to wait there, stay safe. The night felt endless, our nerves fraying with every minute. Then, from the same direction we had just come, another car rolled up. This time, it was a different man, an army guy on leave, who had been driving by and saw the wreck. He looked worn out but steady, his face serious. He told us he'd been pulled over by the same guy, the crazy driver with the gun, just minutes before. Said the man had tried to scare him off too. The soldier was shaken but okay, and we told him to wait with us. The whole time, the story hung between us. How this guy flipped out over something stupid and dangerous, how close we'd come to getting hurt. The cops arrived soon after, flashing their lights and asking questions. We told them everything, every detail, trying to make sense of what had happened. The officers were polite but firm. They said to head home, be careful, and avoid that spot at night. The whole trip that started as a fun day fishing turned into a hard lesson. That night, we learned just how fast a joke can turn sour, how some people take things way too seriously, and how dangerous it can be when anger meets a gun. Rednecks with guns don't always joke around. Sometimes they just lose it. And that night, we came damn close to paying the price. About 2 summers ago, 2 of my friends from California came out to visit me in Vegas. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and since we all love the outdoors, we decided to go on a hike down to the Colorado River. The plan was simple: get out of the city heat, get some fresh air, and along the way, get super baked like we always did when we camped. It was around mid-July, and the heat was brutal. The thermometer read about 96 degrees Fahrenheit, but it was a dry heat, so we figured we could handle it. We packed light, just what we needed for the hike and an overnight stay. No fancy gear, no big tents. We each had a sleeping bag and a pad, a few snacks, some water, and of course our stash. The trail down to the river wasn't too difficult, just a steady downward slope with some rocky parts. We started late afternoon, aiming to reach the river before sunset. The sun was beating down hard on us, and the dust kicked up by our boots clung to our sweaty skin. Our shirts stuck to our backs, and every few minutes, we stopped to take a hit and catch our breath. The air smelled dry and dusty, mixed with the faint scent of creosote bushes and sagebrush. The rocks glinted under the sun, and the occasional lizard darted away as we passed. The heat made everything seem slower, like time itself was dragging. But the river was our prize, just a few miles down the trail, and the thought of cool water and shade kept us moving. When we finally reached the river, it felt like stepping into a different world. The air was cooler, humid almost, with the sound of rushing water filling the space around us. The river sparkled under the sun, and the sandy beach spread wide before us. We found a spot about 50 yards from the water's edge, a small sandy clearing with a few scraggly bushes providing minimal shade. We dropped our packs, unrolled our sleeping pads and bags, and set up camp. We didn't bother with tents. The sky was clear, and the weather warm enough that we thought sleeping out under the stars would be better. We set up a little fire pit out of rocks we found nearby. We gathered some dry sticks and twigs and built a small fire to keep the bugs away once night came. The smell of burning sagewood mixed with the earthy scent of the river sand. For hours, we passed the joint back and forth, getting higher and higher. The heat finally started to fade as the sun dropped behind the cliffs. The sky changed colors, from a burning orange to a deep purple, and then finally dark blue sprinkled with stars. We settled into our sleeping bags in a loose circle, playing cards and laughing quietly. Our voices blended with the soft rush of the river and the occasional call of a distant bird settling in for the night. By around 8 p.m., the fire was low, and the temperature had dropped just enough to be cool, but not cold. We were relaxed, buzzing on weed and tired from the hike. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared walking right through our camp. He wasn't on the trail. He just stepped through the sand like he belonged there. It was a man, about average height, wearing a ripped white t-shirt that had what looked like dried blood smeared across the front. No backpack, no water bottle, no gear at all. His hair was messy, his face unshaven, and his eyes looked glazed over, like he was either hurt or just lost. At first, none of us really said anything. We were baked and tired, and the guy just looked like trouble. But he stopped a few feet from us and asked how to get back to the highway. He seemed confused, like he had been wandering for a while. I pointed him roughly in the right direction. The hike back was about 3 miles, with a gradual incline from where we were. The sun was almost gone, and the last light was fading fast. The sky had turned a deep navy with only a sliver of moon hanging low. The man nodded and started walking away, his steps slow and unsteady. But about 10 minutes later, he came back, looking more disoriented. He said it was too dark to find the trail. By then, I was starting to get really paranoid. Something about this guy didn't sit right with me. He'd come through our camp with no gear, and now was saying he'd hiked alone to the hot springs nearby, just a short walk from our spot. When I offered him some water from my bottle, he said he left his jug at the springs and would go get it later. He asked if he could just kick it with us until morning. Without waiting for a real answer, he dropped down right there on the sand, propped up against a small hill, and immediately passed out. We didn't argue. None of us wanted to deal with this guy's story or try to make sense of what was going on. We just kept playing cards in silence, keeping an eye on him. The night was quiet except for the sounds of the river and the occasional crackle from the dying fire. I lay there in my sleeping bag, eyes half closed, but my mind was racing. I'd never felt so on edge in a long time. I kept my pocket knife close, tucked inside my bag, just in case. Every little noise, the rustle of a lizard in the brush, the snap of a twig somewhere off trail, made me tense up. I didn't want to think about what could happen if this guy woke up and decided we were a threat or worse. I stayed awake for maybe an hour after he fell asleep. My friends were already out cold. The sky above was crystal clear, stars bright and endless. The cool night air carried the faint smell of the river and the dry desert brush. Every now and then, a breeze would sweep through and stir the sand, making it swirl like tiny dust devils. My eyes kept drifting back to the stranger, who looked so still against the hill. There was no way to tell what he was thinking or feeling. He might have been hurt, or high on something else, or just plain lost. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me. I curled up tighter in my sleeping bag, my hand still resting on the pocket knife handle. Sleep came in short bursts, half dreams filled with the sound of the river and the occasional shadow moving just beyond the firelight. I woke up around 5 a.m. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn, pale pinks and blues creeping over the horizon. The man was gone. No sign he had packed up, no footprints leading anywhere obvious, just the faint impression in the sand where he had been sitting. I looked around, but there was no trace of him. I woke my friends quietly, and we packed up the camp fast. The walk back to the highway felt different in the early morning light. The air was cooler, fresh, and smelled like wet earth and new grass. The desert looked calm and peaceful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad could have happened just hours earlier. We talked little on the way back, each of us lost in our thoughts. I've never seen that man again. To this day, I don't know who he was, where he came from, or what really happened to him. But I'm grateful he didn't harm us. We were in a vulnerable spot, 3 friends alone in the desert, miles from help, with a strange man who broke every rule I'd learned about safety when hiking or camping. Looking back, I realize how lucky we were. The desert can be beautiful, but it can also be dangerous in ways you don't expect. Not just because of the heat or animals, but because sometimes you encounter people who don't belong there. People who have no plan, no gear, and no clear reason for being where they are. And when you're stoned and tired, your judgment isn't at its best. That night was a lesson I won't forget. It made me realize the importance of being prepared, paying attention, and trusting my instincts, even when everything else makes you want to ignore the warning signs. It also reminded me how fragile safety can be when you're out in the wild. We were lucky the stranger didn't turn out to be a threat. I'm still not sure what became of him. Maybe he made it back safely on his own. Maybe someone else found him and helped him. Or maybe he's still out there, somewhere along that trail or in the desert, lost and alone. Whatever the case, I'm just thankful I'm here to tell the story. I've never had much of an opinion on snakes. Where I'm from, they're basically harmless. The only ones I ever saw were garden snakes, or the occasional tiny one that got caught in a screen door. They're not exactly threatening, so I never developed a fear, but I never liked them either. Just sort of indifferent, I guess, until I visited India. It was a work trip at first, but after a week in the city, I had a couple of days to spare, and a friend who lived out there offered to show me the countryside. His family had land out in a rural area. Sugarcane fields, long roads, distant mountains, not a tourist in sight. It was beautiful in a way I didn't expect. Green in every direction, endless fields moving like ocean waves in the breeze. It felt peaceful. Pure. You could drive for miles and not see another car. No buildings, no billboards, just nature. A good break from the traffic and noise of the city. We were in his small car, the kind that buzzes along but doesn't seem like it should be allowed on highways. We'd been driving for about an hour, listening to some local music through the old speakers. Windows down, dust kicking up behind us. It was warm but not uncomfortable. The air felt alive with the smell of plants, soil, and something sweet I couldn't identify. I remember feeling relaxed. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been until I started to loosen up out there. The road was paved barely, but smooth enough that we could keep a steady speed without worrying about potholes or cows. Everything seemed great. That's when I saw it. It was on the side of the road. At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. Just a dark shape across the edge of the asphalt, blending into the dirt and dried leaves. But as we passed, my eyes caught the movement of scales in the sun, and I realized it was a snake. A big one. I told my friend to stop. He didn't say anything, just looked at me with a raised eyebrow, but he slowed down and pulled over onto the dirt shoulder. I was excited, not in a reckless way, just curious. I've always liked photography, and this was a rare shot. A snake stretched out in the wild like that, in perfect light. I couldn't resist. I grabbed my camera, adjusted the settings, and got out. The sun was high overhead, baking the road and fields with that dry midday heat that soaks into your skin. I started walking back toward where I saw the snake, camera in hand, eyes scanning the ground. It hadn't moved much. It was stretched out maybe 5 or 6 feet from the road, half its body still on the edge of the pavement, the rest coiled loosely on the cracked dirt. It was long, way longer than anything I'd ever seen back home, and thick. Not fat, just dense, like muscle wrapped in leather. Its scales shimmered bronze and black in the light, patterned in a way that looked deliberate, like someone had painted it. My friend had gotten out too, but stayed by the car, leaning against the hood with his arms crossed. I thought he was just letting me do my tourist thing, maybe bored. I crouched slowly, keeping a few feet of distance, and raised the camera. It didn't seem to mind me. Just lay there, tongue flicking occasionally, head slightly lifted. I snapped a few pictures, adjusted my lens, moved closer. Another shot. Closer still. I was maybe 10 feet away when it moved. Not a slow slither or lazy stretch. 1 second it was still, the next it snapped into motion. Head lifted, body tensing, a sharp, almost invisible jerk forward like it was making up its mind whether to strike or not. I jumped back, heart hammering. I didn't scream, but the breath that came out of me was loud and startled. I took another step back, then another, until I was nearly on the road again. It didn't follow. After that quick motion, it froze again, head raised, watching. Then, with one sudden turn, it glided into the sugarcane. Silent. Fast. Gone. I stood there frozen for a few seconds, camera still clutched in my hand. My hands were shaking slightly. The adrenaline hit all at once, a heavy thump in my chest, followed by a wave of dizziness and heat. I felt stupid. That's when I looked at my friend. He was laughing so hard he had to bend over, one hand on the hood of the car, the other on his stomach. His laugh echoed through the open space, loud and honest and completely unbothered. I walked back toward him, trying to catch my breath, half angry and half trying to laugh with him, even though my heart was still racing. I didn't know what kind of snake it was. It looked big, sure, but I didn't know much about snakes outside of a few documentaries. I asked him, and he told me. King Cobra. Just like that. He didn't say it dramatically. Just dropped the words like he was mentioning the weather. King Cobra. Like it was nothing. I turned and looked back at the field. The thing had been no more than 10 feet away from me. I had crouched down, taken my sweet time lining up pictures, inched closer. All while a king cobra lay in the sun, possibly annoyed or threatened by me, and definitely fast enough to strike if it had wanted to. I asked him why he didn't say anything. He just grinned and shook his head. I could tell he found the whole thing hilarious. To him, it was obvious. He saw the snake as we passed and knew what it was. But he also knew I didn't. He figured I'd learn my lesson. Apparently, king cobras aren't known for being aggressive unless provoked, and I guess I hadn't crossed the line. Barely. Then he told me we were about 40 minutes from the nearest hospital. That stuck with me more than anything. 40 minutes. On a good road. If I'd been bitten, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Not out there. Not with no phone signal, no ambulance, no antivenom within reach. It was just so easy to imagine the alternative. That single moment changed the entire mood of the day. I still rode with him through the countryside, still took more pictures, still talked and laughed a bit. But I was quieter. I paid more attention to the ground when we got out of the car. I stopped brushing tall grass with my hands as I walked past. The land didn't seem so peaceful anymore. Everywhere I looked, I saw possibilities. Shadows where something might be hiding. Branches that could be snakes. Paths that looked too narrow, too overgrown. It wasn't paranoia, not really. Just awareness. A kind of clarity. Like suddenly realizing how fragile the line is between being okay and being absolutely screwed. The rest of the day passed without incident. We stopped by a roadside tea stand. I barely tasted my drink. We visited an old temple tucked into the edge of a forest. I kept close to the middle of the path. I took a few more pictures, but I wasn't hunting for the perfect shot anymore. I wasn't crouching in bushes or leaning over rocks. I didn't feel like chasing anything. I'd had enough excitement. That night, lying on the thin mattress at his family's home, under a fan that hummed like a wasp nest, I thought about how dumb I'd been. Not in a self-pitying way, just honest. I didn't know what I didn't know. I'd treated that moment like a photo op, like a harmless curiosity. Because that's how I thought of snakes. Indifferent, harmless, interesting. But not all snakes are harmless. Not all countries are the same. Not all chances are worth taking. And sometimes, the thing lying in the sun isn't sunbathing. Sometimes it's waiting, watching, deciding. The next day, I checked my camera. The pictures were amazing. The light was perfect. The snake's pattern stood out sharp and vivid against the dust. It looked like it was posing. You couldn't tell from the photos how close I was, or how fast it moved when it decided it was done. I almost deleted them, but I didn't. They're still on my hard drive now, years later. Sometimes I show them to people when I tell the story, but I always start by saying I was an idiot. Because I was. I didn't get bitten. I didn't die in a sugarcane field. I didn't have to be rushed 40 minutes down bumpy roads to a hospital that may or may not have had what I needed. But it wasn't because I was smart. It was because the snake let me go. And that's what stuck with me most of all. Not the adrenaline, not the laugh, not the picture. Just that single moment when it looked at me, really looked, and made a choice. It decided I wasn't worth it. And I've never been more thankful to be considered boring. I'm not the kind of person who usually talks about what happened that night. It's not that I've forgotten. I remember every part of it more clearly than I remember most things from my younger days. But I think it stayed with me in a way that made it hard to talk about, like it took up space somewhere inside my chest and never really left. Still, I've told it to a few people over the years when the moment felt right, and maybe putting it into words will help settle something in me. This is one of those memories that starts out like a joke and ends like a scar. Where I grew up, motorcycles were just a part of daily life. Nothing flashy, nothing meant for racing or stunts. Just simple, fuel-efficient 150 cubic centimeters bikes that got you where you needed to go. Everyone had one, or knew someone who did. Helmets were optional at best, more of a nuisance than anything, especially in the heat. Most of us wore nothing but a windbreaker or a hoodie on the coldest nights. And the only time we really thought about safety was when someone we knew had an accident. Even then, we'd just shrug and say it was bad luck. This happened during a time when we were all just beginning to understand the shape of adulthood, but hadn't really stepped into it yet. I was maybe 21, 22 at most. College years. That strange stage where you have just enough freedom to feel like nothing can touch you, but not enough experience to know better. Me and 3 of my close friends decided one night that we'd go out drinking. Not at a bar or someone's house, but somewhere quiet, far from town. Somewhere no one would complain about the noise or try to police how much we were drinking. A A stretch of unfrequented mountain road came to mind. It wasn't exactly a tourist spot, and barely anyone used it after dark, but it offered exactly what we were looking for: isolation, darkness, and the kind of privacy you need when you're trying to drink away the stress of the week. We didn't pack much, just a few beers each, some light snacks, and the usual things people carry when they're expecting to be out late. We set out around midnight. The road to the mountain curved and climbed in slow, lazy turns, and the air got colder the higher we went. There was a kind of silence up there that I remember feeling in my bones, thick and pressing, like the sound had been sucked out of the world. Every now and then we'd pass a small cluster of trees or an old broken-down structure, but mostly it was just road and dark woods. It was around 2 a.m. when we found a spot we liked. A large tree stood by the edge of the road, its branches spilling out over the embankment like a wide umbrella. We parked the bikes in a slight clearing beside it, just far enough from the pavement to be invisible to anyone passing by. The moon was out that night, pale, not full, but bright enough to cast a soft glow across the surroundings. Once our eyes adjusted, we could see each other clearly enough without needing any flashlights. We laid out a few blankets, cracked open our cans, and let the alcohol do its work. The night was quiet except for the occasional gust of wind and the faint hiss of the breeze brushing through the trees. We were laughing, talking loudly about things that probably only made sense to us in that moment. That strange, floaty kind of drunk where everything feels lighter, like the world's been padded in soft cotton. For a while, it felt perfect, untouchable. Then we saw the first headlights. They were faint at first, just a dull glow slowly growing in the distance, but unmistakable. We figured it was a vehicle coming up the road. At that hour, it could only be someone from the army base further up the mountain. That part of the mountain road led to an encampment, some kind of training ground, or maybe a logistics point. We never really paid attention to the details, just knew it was there. Army vehicles were rare at night, but not unheard of. The Jeep approached and drove past us quickly. We were well hidden, tucked under the branches, and I assumed they hadn't noticed us. But then, almost as if they changed their mind mid-thought, the brake lights came on and the vehicle came to a sharp stop maybe 50 meters ahead. It sat there for a few seconds. No one got out. No doors opened. It was just idling on the road, engine humming low. We froze. There was no real reason to be scared, but we knew we weren't supposed to be there. Drunk, helmetless, parked on the side of a road at 2 a.m. It wasn't a crime, but it sure as hell didn't look good. After what felt like a long time, the Jeep slowly pulled forward and disappeared around the bend. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. We laughed it off in that nervous way people do when they don't want to admit they were scared. Probably saw there were 4 of us and decided we weren't worth the trouble, someone mumbled. We agreed, still trying to shake off the unease. But the mood had shifted. Something about the way that Jeep stopped, like it had seen something it couldn't make sense of, and then chose to leave anyway. Another half hour passed, maybe more, and then another pair of headlights appeared. This one was lower to the ground, maybe a sedan. Again, the same thing happened. It passed us, slowed to a stop just a little ways past, paused in the darkness, then kept moving without a word or sign. We weren't drunk anymore. Not really. That second car sobered us up in a way that no amount of coffee could. It was the pattern that got to us. The slowing, the pause, the silence, and the decision to keep driving. We didn't wait for a third car. One of us suggested we head back, and no one disagreed. We packed up quickly, crushed the cans, kicked some dirt over the fire we'd made, and got back on our bikes. The engines broke the silence with a roar. The tree disappeared in the rear view, swallowed by the dark. But just as we were picking up speed, one of my friends suddenly slowed down and signaled for us to stop. He'd forgotten his backpack under the tree. We weren't thrilled, but there was no way we could leave it behind. Phones, keys, maybe even his wallet were in there. So we turned around and started back down the road, a short ride that felt much longer than it was. The wind felt different now, colder, sharper, like it was trying to warn us about something. When we reached the spot again, the guy who forgot his bag hopped off while the rest of us turned our bikes around, headlights cutting wide arcs across the dark. That's when it happened. One of the headlights passed through the branches of the tree above us and caught something hanging there. For a split second, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The light moved too fast, like a strobe flash, just enough to imprint the image into my brain, but not enough to process it immediately. My brain tried to rearrange what I saw. A long shape, limp, pale skin, a rope. I turned my head and looked again, this time more deliberately. The light held steady. There it was, a body, a human body hanging by the neck from one of the thicker branches directly above where we had been sitting not more than an hour ago. It swayed slightly in the wind, barely, but enough to make the movement unmistakable. The feet dangled freely above the dirt. The rope was taut and wrapped twice around the branch before disappearing into the dark. We didn't scream. We didn't speak. We just stood there in stunned silence, rooted to the ground by something deeper than fear. A heavy, choking sense of disbelief. My mind raced with questions that all collapsed into one overwhelming realization. This had been there the whole time. We had laughed and joked and drank beneath it, just meters below it, oblivious. And now we understood. That's why the cars had stopped. That's what they'd seen, a body in the branches. Maybe they thought it was a prank. Maybe they were too afraid to deal with it. Or maybe they just didn't know what to do and chose to keep moving, the way people do when they don't want to get involved in something that could ruin their night or their lives. We didn't call the police. None of us even thought to. I don't know why. Maybe fear. Maybe shame. Maybe we didn't want to be questioned or blamed or dragged into something we didn't understand. Maybe we were still a little drunk. Maybe it was all of those things. All I know is that we rode back in silence, each of us alone in our thoughts, engines humming beneath us like heartbeats trying to keep pace. The road felt longer than it ever had before. By the time we got home, the sky was beginning to lighten. We said nothing to each other, just went our separate ways and tried to sleep. The next day, I scoured the news, checked every local channel, every article. But there was nothing. No mention of a body found on the mountain road. No missing person reported. No statement from the army camp. It was as if it never happened. But it did. I still see it sometimes when I close my eyes. The shape, the way it hung so still, the way the branches had held it so quietly above our heads. I think about the person, whoever they were, why they chose that spot, how long they'd been there before we showed up, whether they heard us laughing beneath them, whether they were already gone or still fading as we drank. I don't drink on mountain roads anymore. I don't sit under trees in the dark, and I don't assume that quiet places are empty. Not anymore. Living in Rhode Island, you get used to the idea that nothing is ever really far away. In less than 2 hours, you can be in the middle of the city, by the ocean, or deep out in the woods. Even though I grew up in a pretty average neighborhood, I spent a lot of my free time in the woods. They were close enough to walk to, and back then, exploring was one of the few things that felt really free. The city felt crowded and loud, but the woods were quiet and still, like a different world just waiting to be discovered. When I was 14, a friend and I decided to go camping not far from our houses. It was the middle of summer, and we'd both been itching to get out of the city for a night. The woods we picked were big enough for us to feel like we were in real wilderness, even if it was just a few miles from the edge of town. We set up our small tent near a clearing that had a dirt trail leading away from it, and after a quick dinner by the fire, we started talking about the idea of a night hike. The plan was simple. We'd follow the trail for a little while, maybe a mile or so, then head back to camp. We thought it would be cool and a little bit scary, the kind of thing you do to prove you're tough or brave. We left the campfire burning low but safe and slipped quietly into the woods. The sky was dark, no moon that night, and the trees around us were thick. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, but only barely. Everything else was just black, shadowy shapes blending together. The trail was narrow and uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves that crunched under our boots. Every few steps, I had to duck under low branches or step carefully over broken twigs. The air was cool and damp, and I could smell the earth, the moss, and the faint, almost sweet scent of wildflowers that somehow still hung in the air. After walking for about 15 minutes, just when we were starting to think about turning back, I noticed something ahead, a faint flickering light through the trees, just barely visible in the dark. It didn't look like any campfire or flashlight beam I'd ever seen before. It was low to the ground, like a candle flame. I stopped and nudged my friend, pointing toward it. We both looked at each other for a moment. Something about it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. But curiosity won. We moved closer, trying to stay quiet, our footsteps softer now, careful not to snap twigs or rustle leaves. As we pushed through the last few trees, the trail opened into a tiny clearing. It was small, no more than 6 by 6 feet, barely big enough for us to stand side by side without feeling cramped. The ground was bare dirt, surrounded by thick trees and underbrush. The air in the clearing was still, heavy with an almost sickly smell that made my stomach twist. I couldn't breathe deeply. Then I saw it. Hanging from the low branch of a tree, just across from where we came in, was what I can only describe as a sacrificed goat. It was small, maybe a kid goat, but it was obviously dead. Its coat was matted with dark, sticky blood, which was still dripping slowly onto the ground, forming a small pool underneath. The goat's head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and its eyes were half closed, empty and lifeless. I stared at it, frozen in disbelief, the blood dripping rhythmically, like a terrible, slow pulse. On the ground in the middle of the clearing was something even worse, a small dead puppy, laying on its side. Its eyes had been gouged out. The skin around its sockets was raw and bloody. I could see the deep holes where its eyes should have been, dark and hollow. The puppy was surrounded by a circle made out of stones, roughly arranged in an inverted pentagram shape. Around the circle, lit candles burned weakly, their flames flickering in the still night air. The smell of burnt wax mixed with the blood, and the damp earth was overwhelming. It was like the whole clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something. Neither of us spoke. We just stood there, staring at the scene, unable to move. It was terrifying, but it wasn't like in the movies. There were no sounds of chanting or strange music, just the quiet drip of blood and the soft crackle of candle flames. I felt my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. For a moment, I think we were both paralyzed by shock and a kind of awful curiosity. We wanted to understand what we were seeing, but our minds refused to accept it. The silence was broken when I realized the candles were still lit. They weren't cold or melted down to stubs. Someone had been here very recently and had left only moments ago, or maybe was still nearby. The blood dripping from the goat was fresh, glistening in the faint light. The thought that whoever did this was possibly still in the woods was enough to snap us out of our trance. Without saying a word, we turned and ran. I don't remember much about the way back. I know we didn't take the same trail, just ran blindly through the trees, trying to put as much distance between us and that clearing as possible. Our legs burned, our lungs gasped for air, but fear pushed us harder than anything else. The woods that had felt like an adventure a few minutes before were now dark and menacing. Every shadow looked like it was moving, every sound like something coming after us. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the neighborhood, and even then, we ran straight home without looking back. We left all our camping gear behind, tent, backpacks, sleeping bags, everything. We just wanted to get inside, lock the doors, and forget about it. But the image stayed with me. The goat hanging there, the puppy's empty eye sockets, the blood dripping, the lit candles, the pentagram of stones. The next day, we told my parents and the police what we had found. They came out to investigate, bringing with them flashlights, cameras, and gloves. The police didn't find anyone nearby, but they confirmed everything we said was true. The goat's body, the puppy, the candles, the pentagram. They told us that this sort of thing wasn't common around here. Rhode Island isn't a place known for cults or voodoo, and while there are some strange people around, the police thought it was probably just some disturbed individual trying to scare people or act out something sick in the woods. They cleaned up the site, took everything away, and said they'd patrol the area more. But for me, the scariest part isn't what they said. It's that we weren't that far from home. The woods were right there, just a short walk from where I grew up. Whoever did this could have been watching us, hiding in the shadows, or maybe they came back to the site after we left. The fact that the candles were still burning and the blood was fresh means they were close, maybe even nearby when we were standing there. The thought that someone could do that, right there in the woods I used to think were safe, changed how I saw everything. The woods weren't an escape anymore. They were a place where things like that could happen without anyone noticing. After that night, I stopped going into the woods alone. I stopped camping there. Even now, years later, I still remember that clearing. I remember the smell, the sounds, and the cold, sticky blood. It's not something you forget. It made me realize that even the quietest places can hide the darkest things, and sometimes the scariest monsters aren't supernatural. They're real, and they live just on the edge of where we think we're safe. I had just turned 22 when my parents decided to sell their house in the city and by a place way out in the country. The kind of place where the nearest neighbor was miles away, where the roads were dirt, and at night the only lights you saw were from stars and the moon. It was peaceful, sure, but also a little isolated. My parents wanted a fresh start, a simpler life, and honestly, I was excited too. The open space, the quiet. It sounded like a break from the constant noise and stress of the city. The house itself was a modest, weathered ranch-style place set on a few acres. Nothing fancy, but solid and comfortable enough. Behind it, maybe 30 or 40 feet away, was a large shed. Not a little garden shed, but a proper big one, probably used by the previous owners for tools, old equipment, and junk. It was made of metal and wood, with a heavy sliding door that always creaked when you opened it. My parents didn't really use it. In fact, it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. After they moved in, I decided to make the shed my own spot, a kind of hangout away from the main house. I set up an old computer, a small table, some shelves, and a chair. It was a decent place to be alone, away from the usual noise of family life. I thought it would be cool to have my own space on the property, a place where I could focus, listen to music, game, or just relax. I brought my dog, Max, with me most of the time. Max was a big, friendly mutt, part Labrador, part something else. He was my constant companion, calm and loyal, and the idea of being alone out there at night was less daunting with him by my side. At first, things were fine. The shed was cold in the winter, but warm enough with a small heater. The walls were bare, but the place had a rugged charm. I spent hours on the computer, Max curled up at my feet. The nights were quiet except for the occasional sound of crickets or a distant owl. Sometimes, the wind would pick up and whistle through the cracks in the walls, but it was mostly peaceful. That changed after about 2 weeks. It was a clear night, one of those rare nights where the sky is so dark and clear that the stars look unbelievably bright. You can see the Milky Way stretch across the sky, and the whole world feels calm and still. I had been sitting at my computer for a while, just browsing and playing some music quietly through speakers. Max was asleep at my feet, his breathing slow and even. I realized I needed to pee, so I got up and stepped outside. The air was cool but not cold, just that crisp, fresh feeling you get in the country at night. I walked a few steps away from the shed, a little way into the grass, and started to relieve myself. The sky was so clear, the stars so bright, it almost felt peaceful in a way that only rural nights can be. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a loud slam behind me. The shed door had shut. Just like that. The sudden noise snapped me out of the calm, and I froze. I turned around quickly and ran back toward the shed, my heart suddenly pounding. I reached for the door handle and tried to slide it open, but it was stuck. No matter how hard I pulled or pushed, it didn't budge. That's when I heard it. Max. He started growling inside. At first, it was low and quiet, almost hesitant. But then it got louder, harsher. The kind of growl that means something is wrong, that whatever is in there is upsetting him. His barking followed soon after, sharp, frantic, full of alarm. I started banging on the door, shouting for him to be quiet, but my voice seemed weak against the heavy sound of the slam and the shed's metal walls. I was desperate to get in, but the door wouldn't move. It felt like it was sealed shut, no matter how much force I used. I am not a small guy, 6'5", well built from years of sports and training, but even ramming my full weight against the door didn't open it. Max's barking changed to whines, then quiet whimpering. I could hear him crying, scared and trapped inside. That was the worst sound of all. Panic started to rise. My mind raced, trying to figure out what was going on. Was someone inside? Was there an animal? A raccoon or something trapped? But why would it slam the door shut behind me? With a last desperate shove, I slammed my shoulder against the door, and it flew open with a loud clang. The sudden silence hit me like a wall. The light inside the shed was off. I flipped the switch several times, but the bulb didn't come on. It was pitch black inside. I stumbled over a pile of boxes and crates, trying to find my phone or a flashlight, anything to help me see. After what felt like forever, my hands found a small torch buried under some old rags and broken tools. I flicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Max was crammed into the farthest corner, a spot that barely had enough room for his body. His eyes were closed tight, and his whole body was trembling like he was freezing or terrified. He wasn't just scared, he was physically shaking, as if whatever was in that shed had crushed the sense of safety he usually felt with me. I knelt down and reached out, and as soon as I touched him, He sprang up into my arms and clung there, refusing to move. His body was tense and his breaths came in short, sharp bursts. I didn't waste a second. I picked him up and ran as fast as I could back toward the house. The cold night air bit at my skin, but I barely noticed. My mind was racing, my heart pounding in my ears. I kept glancing back at the shed, half expecting something, or someone, to come after me. When I got inside the house, I slammed the door shut and locked it. Max stayed in my arms, trembling, his body pressed against mine for comfort. I sat down hard in a chair and just held him. Neither of us said a word. There was nothing to say. I never went back to the shed after that night. Not once. My dog wouldn't even step near it. He'd sit as far away as possible whenever I was outside near that corner of the property. That part of the yard, that building, became a kind of silent no-go zone. For weeks afterward, I tried to understand what happened. I searched the shed top to bottom in the daylight, looking for any sign of an intruder, an animal, or anything else that could have caused Max to freak out like that. I found nothing. No footprints, no damage, no evidence that anyone had been inside. Nothing that made sense. I even tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination. Maybe the wind slammed the door. Maybe Max heard some animal outside the shed. Maybe I was overreacting. But the fear I felt and Max's terror, it was real, and it stayed with me. There were other strange things about that shed, things I noticed only after that night. The shadows inside looked heavier, the air seemed colder, even on warm days. Sometimes, when I passed by, I'd swear I heard faint noises, nothing clear, just the subtle sound of something moving or breathing. But whenever I stopped to listen or looked inside, there was nothing, just empty walls and old junk. One afternoon, I found deep scratch marks on the inside of the shed door. They looked fresh, long, deep gouges, as if something had been clawing at it from the inside. There was no way Max or I made those scratches. I'd never seen anything like it. It was like something had been trapped in there and trying desperately to get out. That was the last straw. I told my parents I didn't want anything to do with the shed anymore. They agreed to lock it up and not use it. They said it was probably just an old building settling, or maybe some animals living nearby. But I didn't care what they said. I had my own sense of what happened that night. For months after, I had nightmares. Not about ghosts or monsters, but the feeling of being trapped, locked in a dark place with something unknown lurking just out of sight. The image of Max shaking in that corner haunted me. I kept wondering what he had sensed, what I hadn't. Eventually, I moved out of my parents' place, got a job in the city again. But even now, years later, if I'm alone in a shed or a small building, I get that cold, prickling feeling on the back of my neck. I don't know what was in that shed, and I never want to find out. What I do know is this. Some places hold something you can't see, something that makes your skin crawl and your heart race. It doesn't have to be a ghost or a story from a movie to be terrifying. Sometimes it's just the silence, the darkness, the unknown. And if there's one thing I learned that night, it's this: avoid sheds. Especially old, forgotten ones out in the middle of nowhere. They might seem harmless, but sometimes they aren't. It was the final phase of the pledge program, the last stretch before becoming a full member, and this was the first time I was part of it from the other side. The feeling was surreal, like I was finally standing on the edge of something that had felt unreachable for months. We were parked deep in the country, miles from the nearest town, out on a huge patch of land that stretched for acres, untouched except for a wide clearing. The sun had set hours ago, leaving only the faint glow of the bonfire and the flickering headlights of the trucks and cars that surrounded us. The clearing itself was about 100 meters across, a flat stretch of rough grass bordered by thick woods that rose up on either side like a wall. I stood near the middle, alone except for the 3 pledges sitting spaced out in front of me. The rest of the brothers were further down the clearing, huddled around the bonfire near the trees, voices carrying faintly through the night. I could hear laughter and shouting from their direction, but it all seemed distant, like it was happening somewhere far away. I was the only one in this patch of darkness with the pledges, watching them closely, making sure none of them fell asleep. The pledges were spread out in a triangle, each sitting cross-legged in the damp grass. Their heads were covered with pillowcases, blindfolded so they couldn't see anything. It was spring, so the pledge class was small, only 3 guys. That always meant a harder time for them. When there are only a few pledges, Each one gets a larger share of the hazing because there's no hiding or blending into the crowd. I remembered exactly how I felt in their place. My body was wrecked from the day's events before we even got here. We had run 5 miles that morning, then spent the rest of the day moving heavy furniture, scrubbing floors, cleaning bathrooms, and doing push-ups at a moment's notice. The worst was the mental part. You'd answer questions correctly and still get punished. You had to memorize pages of rules, history, and fraternity rituals word for word and recite them perfectly on command. If even one brother messed up, everyone else had to do push-ups or clean for hours. After parties, we'd clean for what felt like days. Trash cans would be tipped over violently, and we'd be told to pick up the mess while others yelled at us. Sometimes, brothers would pick someone at random to quiz, forcing them to do hundreds of push-ups in the slush of spilled beer and broken glass. One guy quit after just a week, breaking down crying during the hazing. He never saw the worst of it. Good times. The 3 pledges looked broken. One was muttering nonsense under his breath. The second was shaking like he was cold or scared. And the third sat completely still, eyes closed behind the pillowcase, focused on just staying awake. They were beyond tired, beyond themselves. Days without sleep, no food, constant physical strain. They were about to be pushed harder than ever. I was there to watch over them, to make sure they didn't slip into sleep. I walked slowly between them, spraying bug spray over their exposed skin and offering water when I could. I wanted to say something encouraging, but I knew better. The whole point was to keep the illusion of control and fear alive. If I showed too much sympathy, they'd think I was on their side, and that would break the illusion. That's the twisted beauty of the program. You pay your dues and invest hundreds of hours trying to gain respect from people you barely know. You're trying not to let down your brothers or yourself. The worst part is, right up to the end, you can be cut for any reason. You can be kept around just to be hazed, everyone knowing you'll never be accepted. Your money's already gone. You want the promise of a few years living the frat lifestyle, all the wild parties, the girls, the freedom you've seen in movies. But the reality is a slow grind of physical and mental torture. The older brothers pass down their rituals from one class to the next, each group taking revenge for the abuse they suffered. It's a cycle of controlled cruelty. As I stood there in the dark clearing, watching the pledges, all that ran through my head. The silence was heavy except for the occasional crackle from the fire and distant voices. Then, from the northern edge of the woods, I heard something else, a soft ruffling in the underbrush, a faint scraping noise as something moved carefully among the trees. I froze, turning toward the sound. The night was pitch black out here, no moon, no stars to guide the way. My eyes strained, trying to pierce the darkness. The noise stopped, as if whatever it was had paused to listen. I stood rigid, a chill crawling up my spine. My mind raced. Was it an animal? A coyote? A stray dog? Or something else? I glanced back toward the bonfire. The shadows flickered, but no one was coming this way. The brothers were still too busy with preparations. I could hear some of them whispering updates from time to time. I turned back to the pledges. They sat motionless, exhausted, vulnerable. One of them whimpered softly. The others were trembling or muttering nonsense. I felt like I was the only thing standing between them and whatever was out there. My heart hammered hard. The image hit me, some wild animal rushing out of the woods to attack one of them. I knew I'd have to act fast, tackle it before it reached the pledges. But I was unarmed, with nothing but my hands and my own weight to protect them. Out here, no one would hear us if something went wrong. The nearest neighbor was at least 15 minutes away, the hospital even farther. The reality hit me like a blow. We were completely alone, vulnerable, and trapped in this clearing with no backup. Then the sound came again. This time it was faster, more deliberate, rhythmic, like footsteps pounding through the brush. A figure running. My breath caught in my throat. The noise moved quickly, but then faded back into the woods. I turned suddenly to my right, startled by rustling in the grass. A brother appeared holding an electric lantern, its harsh light cutting through the darkness. He was coming with an update. I pulled him aside toward a nearby car, my voice low and urgent. I told him about the noise, about the feeling that something was out there, watching us. He looked spooked but nodded, saying preparations would start soon. Another brother came to replace me at the pledges while I talked. Suddenly, a third brother rushed up to us, out of breath and clearly shaken. He said he'd seen someone sprint across the clearing and disappear into the trees near the pledges. No one joked about that kind of thing out here. This wasn't a prank. My stomach twisted with fear. Someone, or something, had entered our little perimeter. This wasn't part of the plan. We didn't have weapons. No radios. Just a few flashlights, some bug spray, and the flickering firelight. Panic bubbled under my skin, but I forced myself to breathe slow and steady. The pledges were still sitting there, vulnerable and unaware. I had to stay calm. We gathered quickly in low whispers, deciding to keep watch on the pledges while others scouted the perimeter with lanterns. The brothers moved cautiously along the tree line, flashlights bobbing like ghosts in the dark. Every rustle made my heart race. I stood close to the pledges, watching their covered heads, willing them to stay awake. Minutes dragged on. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine needles. The forest around us felt alive with sound, branches cracking, leaves rustling, something moving just out of sight. The feeling of being watched was constant. My eyes scanned the shadows, trying to catch a glimpse of movement. Then came a faint, low growl. Not from any animal I knew. It was distant but unmistakable, the kind of sound that sends a primal warning through your body. I looked toward the trees, searching for the source. The brothers returned to our side, reporting no sign of anyone, no footprints, no broken branches, just silence. We tried to convince ourselves it was just wildlife, but none of us really believed it. The night stretched on with no more signs. Dawn was hours away. The pledges were barely conscious, their breathing shallow. I sat down on the ground beside them, keeping my back to the trees, watching the fire flicker weakly in the distance. Eventually, the brothers gathered everyone and decided to end the ritual early. We packed up quickly, moving the pledges back to the trucks, the tension still thick in the air. No one said much. The night had changed everything. The illusion of control shattered. On the drive back to town, the forest seemed less like a playground and more like a trap. I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see eyes glowing in the darkness. The pledges sat silently, drained and barely holding themselves together. When we finally made it back, the older brothers quietly agreed to keep what happened that night between us. No one would talk about the strange sounds or the figure in the woods. The hazing program continued the next year, but for me, that night was a turning point. It was a reminder that no matter how much control you think you have, sometimes the wilderness, and whatever lives in it, can remind you how small and powerless you really are. The fear I felt that night wasn't from a ghost or some wild story. It was from the real and raw uncertainty of being alone, unprepared, and at the mercy of the unknown. The woods don't care about rituals or traditions. They just are. And sometimes that's enough to break you. I had never been that far from home before, not really. I'd flown for work once or twice, gone to a few new cities, stayed in some motels, seen a few unfamiliar trees. But this place, this island, it was something else. 3 miles long, maybe a mile across in most spots, just a strip of green in the middle of a warm, blue ocean. No towns, no roads, no stores. Just coral reefs, palm forests, thick brush, a camp, and 30 or so people, scientists, students, logistics folks, and me. It was the first real project I'd landed on my own. I was supposed to be tracking ant activity and how it related to invasive species, which meant laying traps, checking them, logging notes, and figuring out how much damage was being done to the local ecology. The heat wasn't the worst part. It was the constant stickiness, the cling of your shirt to your back, the way your socks never seemed fully dry. You smelled like the ocean and sweat every day, and the smell worked its way into your gear, your notebook, your hair. Most nights, everyone retreated back to the main camp around dusk. You couldn't see much after the sun went down anyway, unless you carried headlamps and flashlights and extra batteries. Some folks stayed up talking or reading in hammocks with bug nets. Others went to bed early. Out here, electricity was rationed, showers were cold, and sleep came easy after a full day under the sun. But my job wasn't exactly a 9-to-5 deal. The coconut crabs were most active at night, and the traps I laid for the ants, mostly small plastic tubes filled with bait, were tempting to those crabs. Coconut crabs are enormous. Some can get up to 9 pounds. They look like monsters if you're not used to them, and they aren't afraid to tear into your gear if they think there might be food inside. They're not dangerous, not really. Shy most of the time, but curious as hell. They'd creep up while you were turned away, grab something, then scuttle off and crack it open like a kid sneaking snacks. I had started making the rounds after dark to make sure they weren't messing with the traps. Sometimes I'd move them, or replace them, or mark down which ones had been tampered with. Usually it was calm, slow work. Hot and quiet. Just me and the sound of waves far off through the trees. That night, it was humid. Still. The kind of night where your shirt is soaked before you even finish lacing your boots. The moon was somewhere behind the clouds, and everything was lit in that soft, grainy glow your eyes adjust to if you stay outside long enough. I had my headlamp around my neck, not turned on yet, and a little red light clipped to my pack. That was usually enough. Too much light, and you spooked the crabs. One of the larger males had taken to following me some nights. I didn't feed him, never encouraged it, but he must have figured out that wherever I went, there were usually things worth sniffing or trying to eat. I'd spot him lumbering behind me, just a few paces off, his claws dragging across the leaves. He had a blue shell, faded in parts like old paint, and he made this odd clicking sound when he walked fast. I started thinking of him as a kind of coworker. Quiet company. I'd checked the first line of traps already and was cutting through the palm forest toward the next cluster. It was darker under the trees. The ground was soft, broken up with patches of exposed root and fallen fronds. There was always a little crunching underfoot. I walked slow, careful not to trip or step on anything. The forest opened up a little as I moved along. There was a stretch of bare ground where the palms were thinner, and I stepped into it, feeling the space open above me. I paused. Sometimes I stopped to listen, especially when I was alone. You learned the sounds out there. Wind in the leaves, the slow drag of a crab's legs, the distant chitter of bats overhead. Once, I'd heard a goat somewhere, even though I hadn't seen one the whole trip. But that night, it was different. I looked up, mostly out of habit, and froze. There was something in the sky. I couldn't see it, just darkness overhead, but I could hear it. A sound, coming from up there. Not from the ground, not from the trees, from the sky. It didn't make sense at first. It wasn't a hum, not a buzz, not even the whoosh of a bird's wings or the sharp shriek you sometimes hear from gulls or hawks. It was a cry, high-pitched, wavering, like a baby. Not like a human baby, really. Not exactly, but close enough that my brain latched onto the similarity before I could talk myself out of it. It sounded distressed, but not desperate, more like whining, crying, moaning almost. It was getting louder. My blood felt thick. I didn't move at first. I just stood there in the clearing, listening, not sure if I should be scared or curious or both. The sound was strange, sure, but everything out there was strange in some way. I'd heard weird things before. It's part of being outside. But this sound had a shape to it. It moved. It wasn't just echoing around. It was traveling. Closer. I turned to the crab. He was maybe 5 feet away. He'd stopped too. His long eye stalks were up. He wasn't moving. Then slowly, as the sound grew louder, he started backing away. Not fast, but definitely on purpose. I don't know what it was about that moment, but it scared the hell out of me. Watching that animal, so calm every other night, suddenly try to retreat, it made everything feel wrong. Like the forest itself was holding its breath. And that sound was still coming. It was overhead now. Not above the trees, but above me. I ran. I didn't think. My legs just went. I barreled forward through the brush, stumbling, slapping branches away, not caring about the path. I could hear my pack slapping against my back and the crunch of sand and twigs underfoot. The sound didn't follow, but I couldn't be sure. My own breathing was too loud. My heart was thudding against my ribs like it wanted out. I must have run for a solid minute, maybe more. Long enough for the camp lights to finally flicker through the trees. Long enough for my chest to burn and my shirt to stick, and for every mosquito on the island to find a spot on my arms. I made it to the research tent and yanked the zipper open, diving inside like something might actually be chasing me. There were 2 people sitting inside, writing or reading or half-dozing, and I must have looked insane, red-faced, panting, soaked through. I didn't explain myself right away. I just paced, tried to breathe, felt every single drop of sweat drip down my spine. My hands were shaking a little. I wiped them on my pants and took off the headlamp that I'd never actually turned on. It was only once I'd cooled down, once the adrenaline had settled a little, that I started to piece it together. It had been a sound. A bird, probably. Nothing had chased me. Nothing had screamed my name or thrown rocks or howled. Just that eerie, floating cry. I lay down on my cot that night, still feeling weird. That kind of fear doesn't leave you right away. It lingers in your muscles. It keeps your jaw tight and your ears twitching toward every noise. But I was safe. Nothing had happened. The forest was still out there, still humming and clicking and rustling. The next day, I went back to the same clearing. I walked the path again. My crab wasn't there, which made me feel weirder than it should have. It was just quiet, ordinary, just like it had been all week. Later, I sat at the long table by the camp kitchen, flipping through one of the laminated wildlife guides someone had left lying around. It was thick and half-faded, but the pages had pictures of almost everything on the island: birds, insects, reptiles, even marine life. And there, on one of the last pages, was a name that stopped me: wedge-tailed shearwater. I read the description: a seabird, mostly active at night, known for its ghostly wailing cries. Sounds are most often heard during nesting season, which happened to be right now. They fly overhead in the dark, call out to their mates or chicks in deep burrows, and they don't sound like birds at all. They sound like crying babies. I played a recording someone had uploaded online later that evening, and sure enough, there it was. That sound, that same high, shaky cry, floating through the sky like a bad dream. I stared at the screen and felt all the tension in my shoulders drain away. I laughed just once under my breath, a mix of relief and disbelief. It had been a bird for God's sake, not a ghost, not some strange island animal, just a weird-looking seabird with a bad voice. Still, even now, months later, I think about that night, about how the forest looked, how it felt, the way the crab backed away, the way my body moved before I told it to. It's funny how easily fear can grab you. Out there, away from everything familiar, your brain starts reaching for explanations. You hear a sound you don't recognize, and suddenly the dark is alive. I went back to the clearing a few more times before the end of the project. Never heard the sound again. Never saw the crab either. Maybe he found better company. Or maybe he just didn't like being near someone who bolts at the sound of birds. Either way, I learned something important that night. Fear doesn't care about facts. Doesn't care how many field guides you've read or how long you've studied animal behavior. Sometimes it's just you and a sound in the dark, and the only thing you can do is run until your brain catches up. I grew up in a quiet little town in northern Arizona. Nothing fancy, just desert, dusty streets, and a close-knit community where everyone knew your name, where your last name meant something. If you went north, you'd end up on the Paiute Reservation. But if you went south, just past the last gas station and the old livestock auction yard, you'd cross into the Navajo Nation. The border wasn't marked by anything dramatic. No signs, no welcome markers. Just a stretch of highway that slowly turned more remote. The buildings disappeared, and the land grew quieter. My town was basically caught between these two worlds, and for better or worse, we spent a lot of time traveling through both. I went to a small 1A high school that barely had enough kids to fill out sports teams. Most of us had grown up together, so we were more like family than teammates. Every sports season meant hours on the road just to play another school. There weren't many options nearby, so for basketball, we always had to head south, deep into the Navajo Reservation. A single game could mean 10 to 12 hours round trip in one day. Sometimes we stayed in motels if the school could swing the cost, but most of the time, we just made the full trip in one shot. That night was one of those nights. We had played our game, a tough one if I remember right, and loaded back onto our bus, which everyone called Big Blue. It was one of those older school buses with cracked vinyl seats, faded paint, and that smell of dust, old gym bags, and rubber. I was the only male senior playing basketball that year, so I was used to being the odd one out in a younger group. Everyone was tired, heads lolling against windows or tucked into hoodies. It was around 2 in the morning when we left the school gym parking lot to head back home. As usual, I took a seat in the back, where I could stretch out a little and stare out the window. I've never been good at sleeping on buses, and that night I was wired for some reason. Maybe it was the cold air, or maybe I just felt off. I don't know. The moon was full, hanging low over the desert, casting enough light that you could see the mesas and the scraggly sagebrush sliding past the windows. I remember watching how empty the land looked, like we were driving through the middle of nowhere with nothing but sand and rock to keep us company. We had been driving for a couple of hours when I noticed something strange. The bus driver, Mr. R. who had always been careful and slow on these drives, suddenly sped up. I don't mean he bumped it up to 70 or 75. No, he was pushing 85 easy, maybe more. I could feel the vibration through the seat and the way the engine groaned harder, like the bus was being pushed past its comfort zone. That wasn't normal. Mr. R was a Vietnam vet, quiet and cautious. He didn't joke around, and he definitely didn't speed. I sat up a little straighter, suddenly more awake, and turned toward the window. We had just passed a Navajo border marker, a small brown sign that looked half buried in the dirt, and we're fully on reservation land now. The terrain changed slightly, more dunes, fewer shrubs, a stillness to it that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I can't explain why. I'd traveled this route dozens of times, but that night it felt different, like something was watching us. Then, out of nowhere, I saw it. At first, it just looked like a shape, dark against the sand, small and far off. But it was moving, running, fast. I squinted through the dirty glass and leaned my head closer to the window. The figure was gaining on us. At first I thought maybe it was a dog or a coyote, but the shape didn't match. It was upright, a person, running across the desert, not on the road, but alongside the bus at an angle, like it was trying to intercept us. My stomach dropped. I stared at it harder. The figure wasn't slowing down, and it was gaining on us, fast, even with us going over 80. The closer it got, the more wrong it looked. Its body moved like a person's, but something was off in the way it leaned forward, almost like it was loping, not running. Then it hit the edge of the highway. No hesitation, no break in stride. It leapt over a patch of rocks and kept pace with the bus, maybe 30 feet from my window. I could see it clearly now in the moonlight. It looked human, but its face was something else. Its skin was painted, or maybe stained, half black and half white, split straight down the middle. The white side looked chalky and dry, the black side almost oily. Its eyes, God, those eyes. They glowed like an animal's in the dark, reflecting the moonlight straight into mine. Bright and empty, like no one was behind them, like headlights in the fog. I couldn't look away. I wanted to. Every part of my body was screaming at me to get up, to yell, to wake someone up, to run, but I couldn't move. My neck was stiff, my head locked in place. It felt like invisible hands were holding me there. Then it smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It stretched too wide, corner to corner, almost splitting its face in two. Its teeth were yellow, sharp, crooked, like old nails jammed into a jaw that wasn't built to hold them. The longer I looked, the more sick I felt. My throat tightened. I thought I might pass out. The thing never blinked, just stared right at me, matching the speed of the bus like it wasn't even trying hard. Then it started to change. Its body bent forward suddenly, like its back broke in half. I heard something in my ears then, a cracking sound, like someone stepping on sticks. Bones. Its arms lengthened, fingers fanned out, its legs folded backward, and it dropped onto all fours. Its skin started to darken, hair pushing out in clumps, its whole body shifting like wet clay being molded by invisible hands. In a matter of seconds, the thing turned into a coyote. Just like that. A lean, mangy coyote with those same glowing eyes. It let out a kind of yelp and peeled off into the darkness, disappearing over a small hill. I blinked. My breath returned all at once like I'd been drowning. I stumbled up, barely able to stand, and rushed to the bus's tiny bathroom. I didn't care if anyone heard me. I knelt over the small metal toilet and threw up until my stomach cramped. I tasted blood in my mouth, metallic and sharp. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab the paper towels. I stayed in there until the bus finally slowed down hours later. I didn't sleep the rest of the ride. I sat in my seat, heart pounding, staring at the road behind us. Every flicker of shadow, every bump in the land, I expected to see it again. But I never did. I didn't tell anyone. I knew what they'd say. That I was tired. That I'd imagined it. That it was a coyote, and my mind twisted it into something worse. But it wasn't. I saw what I saw. I felt what I felt. The only person I told was my friend, a Navajo girl I'd known since middle school. We weren't super close, but we had enough shared history that I trusted her. She didn't laugh. She didn't even look surprised. She told me I needed to get a blessing, that if I didn't, things might get worse. I didn't know what she meant, but I was scared enough to listen. The next school day, I found the local chief. He was often around during football season, even helped with ceremonies sometimes. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. He walked up to me in the school parking lot. muttered something low and fast in Navajo, and waved a small stick over my head. It had feathers and beads hanging off it. He didn't explain. He didn't even make eye contact. He just did it, nodded once, and got in his truck and left. That was it. I never saw that thing again. Never saw anything like it again. Maybe the blessing worked. Maybe moving away helped. I don't know. I've avoided that route ever since. If I ever have to head south now, I take the long way. I'll add 2 hours to my trip if it means not driving through that stretch of desert. People say there are stories on the res, that if you listen closely or stay out late enough, you'll see something, hear something. Some of it's just talk, I'm sure, but not all of it. I didn't believe in any of that stuff growing up. Not really, but I do now. Not because of something someone told me, not because of a rumor or a scary campfire story. I believe because I saw it with my own eyes. I stared into its face. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. And that look it gave me, like it knew everything I feared, everything I ever would fear. It knew me, and for a moment, it wanted me to know it too. There's no twist here. No wild ending where it shows up again or haunts my dreams. I lived. I made it home. But that part of the world is different. It holds things most people don't understand. And it's better that way. Some roads just aren't meant to be traveled at night. The metroparks in northern Ohio are some of the most peaceful places I know. Thick with trees and laced with trails, the parks stretch through the suburbs of Cleveland like ribbons of green. On that warm summer day, my friend and I were hiking one of the lesser-traveled paths that traced the banks of the Rocky River. We'd brought along our poles, hoping to pull in some steelhead, but mostly we were out for the quiet, the fresh air, and the feeling of being somewhere untouched. We'd already covered a few miles when we came upon a narrow bend in the river where the water ran slow and glassy. Across the water, we saw a patch of land that stood out from the rest. It was completely carpeted in lily of the valley, a sea of green leaves and nodding white flowers that stretched from the edge of the river up to a steep cliff. There were no footprints, no broken stems, no litter, just a dense, untouched meadow of delicate plants. It looked like no one had been there in years. We stripped off our boots and socks, rolled up our pants, and waded across. The water was cold enough to make our ankles ache, but the current wasn't strong, and soon we were standing on the embankment, letting our feet dry. I remember the warmth of the sun on our backs, the way the scent of the lilies drifted in waves, and how still everything was. We set up our rods and leaned them against a fallen log, then laced our boots back up and stepped into the valley. We tried not to trample anything, weaving carefully through the flowers. Every few steps, we'd stop and just take it in. The smell was sweet but subtle, not cloying. Birds chirped above us, but the place itself seemed hushed, like even nature was whispering. At the base of the cliff, where the lilies grew thickest, we noticed piles of old junk buried under the foliage. Beer cans with the pull tabs still attached, rusted car parts, a busted piece of iron furniture. It was the kind of garbage that had clearly been dumped from above, probably tossed off the back decks of the houses we could barely see through the sparse trees at the cliff's top. We sat on the fallen log, backs to each other, taking a break and inspecting one of the older cans. It was something from the 70s, maybe earlier. The label was almost gone, but the metal had held up better than you'd expect. That's when I heard the noise. A soft, sharp sound, like air being released through clenched teeth. FFFFFF. I paused and turned, thinking my friend had said something, or maybe stepped on something odd. But he looked as confused as I felt. Before I could say anything, the sound came again. FFFFFF. This time from behind me. I stood up and turned slowly, scanning the underbrush. The sound came a third time, closer and off to my right. My friend and I instinctively stood back to back. I felt my heart rate pick up. I grew up around animals and woods. I've seen deer scrap in fields, watched them square off over salt licks. I know the sound of a pissed-off deer. That hissing exhale, almost a whistle, always followed by the rhythmic stomp of hooves. That's exactly what we were hearing. And sure enough, a few seconds later, I saw her. A doe, easily over 300 pounds. Broad, muscular shoulders, big black eyes fixed on us. She stepped out from behind a cluster of shrubs, tail twitching. Then another came into view. Then another. It was like they were materializing from the flowers themselves. Before long, we were surrounded. Deer aren't aggressive. Not usually. But they're not harmless either. People don't talk much about how scary a wild deer can be when it decides it doesn't want you around. These weren't shy, spindly-legged grazers. These deers were huge, and they were clearly protecting something. I didn't need to guess what. The stomping started. One of them raised a hoof and slammed it into the ground. Another one flared its nostrils and blew another FFFFFF in our direction. Then they started to close in, moving not quite in unison, but definitely coordinated. Their bodies created a wall of muscle and tension, blocking every way out. My mind was racing. I knew what this was. A deer bed. A place where a group of deers nests down with their fawns. We'd stumbled into their nursery, and they weren't about to let us leave without a show of force. My hands were shaking, not with panic, but with the jolt of adrenaline that hits when you know you're outnumbered, outmatched, and deep in something you didn't mean to step into. I didn't want to hurt any of them. That was never an option. But we had to get out. Fast. I grabbed a stick off the ground, thick and long like a small club, and let out a scream I didn't know I had in me. A guttural, primal yell that tore through the stillness like a gunshot. I charged the biggest doe I saw, waving the stick wildly. She didn't flinch, just stood there, stomping again, as if to say, "Go ahead, try it." I flung the stick, not aiming, just hoping to break the tension. It struck a tree nearby and shattered with a crack. That did it. She bolted, white tail flashing as she bounded through the lilies. The others followed, crashing through the underbrush in a blur of brown fur and hooves. The ground actually trembled as they ran. We didn't wait. My friend and I took off, ducking branches, tripping over roots, making a beeline for the embankment. I could barely hear anything over the sound of my blood pounding in my ears. My legs burned. My boots slammed against the uneven ground. I didn't dare look back until we reached the clearing. When we finally did stop, panting and doubled over, we turned around slowly. The Valley of Lilies was still again. At the edge of the green, two tiny fawns stood side by side, watching us with wide eyes. Their spots were still fresh, their legs impossibly thin. They blinked, then turned and disappeared into the foliage. We didn't go back across the river. We didn't retrieve our rods or the old beer can or anything else we'd left behind. We walked along the riverbank, upstream this time, too shaken to speak. The quiet had returned, but it didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like we'd been let go, spared something that could have been worse if we'd made the wrong move. It wasn't until we reached the car, hours later, that we really breathed easy. My shirt was soaked through, and my arms itched from the brush. The scent of lilies still clung to my clothes, mixed with sweat and river water. My knees ached. My friend sat in the passenger seat, staring ahead, probably reliving it all the same way I was. We never went back to that spot. I couldn't even tell you now where exactly it was. Somewhere along that bend in the rocky river, hidden just out of sight. I've been back to the Metroparks plenty of times since, but that one place, that lily-covered bank beneath the cliff, I've left alone. Whatever peace it holds, it belongs to the deer now. And maybe it always did. I've always been the kind of bloke who enjoys a bit of an adventure, but nothing in my wildest imagination had prepared me for what I ended up facing on that trip to Australia. I was visiting a mate from back home, a proper Aussie bloke with a laid-back attitude and a taste for the outdoors that matched mine. We figured it would be a cracking idea to get out of the city, hit the countryside, and set up camp under the stars. Simple, right? Well, that was the plan, but the reality was something else entirely. We packed up some gear and a decent stash of mushrooms, because what better way to experience the Australian bush than tripping balls while staring up at the sky? The night was warm, with a gentle breeze that made the leaves rustle like whispers in a secret language. We found a clearing just past a small creek, where the trees weren't too thick and the ground was soft enough for our sleeping bags. We set up camp, and soon enough, the mushrooms were working their magic. At first, everything was incredible. The stars seemed to dance in the sky, brighter than I'd ever seen from the city. We were laughing our heads off at the smallest things. The way a bat flew by, the sound of the creek bubbling nearby, even the weird shapes the shadows cast by the campfire made. The world felt alive and full of wonder, and I was completely lost in the moment, far from the gray drizzle of England. Then, after a while, my mate suggested we go for a walk. He said it'd be a good way to clear our heads and see some of the bush at night. I was hesitant. The shrooms had me feeling like my senses were all mixed up, but I didn't want to be the killjoy. So we set off, stumbling a little as we made our way into the thicker trees. At first, the bush was manageable. The eucalyptus trees stretched tall above us, and the moonlight filtered softly through the branches. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and wildflowers. I remember feeling a strange mix of calm and excitement, like stepping into a place that was both familiar and utterly alien. But then, the trees grew closer together. The undergrowth became tangled and thorny, grabbing at our clothes and skin like it was trying to hold us back. The path disappeared entirely, swallowed up by a mess of roots and vines. I was still laughing, but a knot was forming in my stomach. Then I stepped into it. I didn't even realize at first what had happened. One moment I was walking through the scrub, and the next I was wrapped in something thick and sticky. I flailed my arms, trying to break free, but it felt like I was swimming in invisible webs. The stuff clung to my skin, my clothes, my hair, impossible to tear apart. It was the kind of spiderweb that I'd only ever seen in documentaries, and never up close. Back home, spiders were small and mostly harmless. Maybe the odd big one in the garden, but nothing that would keep me awake at night. These webs, though, these were a different breed. Thick, layered, and hanging in sheets like giant, ghostly curtains hanging between the trees. They didn't break or rip when I tried to brush them away. Instead, they just stretched like some kind of living, breathing trap. And then I remembered, I hate spiders. I mean, really hate them. The mere thought of those 8-legged creatures crawling on me made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain. Now here I was, in the middle of the Australian bush, on shrooms, wrapped up in what could only be a spider's lair. It was like my worst nightmare had come to life. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. The shrooms made everything feel 10 times worse. Sounds were louder, shadows deeper, and every small movement around me seemed amplified. I could almost feel the spiders crawling, their tiny legs brushing against my skin through the sticky silk. My mate was laughing at first, but then he saw my face and the panic in my eyes. Without saying a word, he started searching me, inch by inch, looking for any sign of a spider hiding on me. I stood still, half terrified, half relieved to have someone helping. He checked my arms, my legs, under my shirt, inside my boots. Every time his fingers brushed something, I flinched. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. The bush around us was dark and silent, except for the sound of our breathing and the distant call of an owl. The moonlight barely reached us, swallowed up by the dense foliage and thick spiderwebs. Eventually, my mate helped me peel the webs off. It was slow and painstaking work. Those webs were stubborn, sticking to my clothes like glue. The more we pulled, the more tangled I got. I was covered head to toe in sticky silk, and every time I thought we'd finished, I'd find another patch clinging to me. Once we were free, I sat down heavily on a fallen log, shivering. Not from cold, but from pure raw fear. The shrooms had started to fade a little, but the feeling of dread remained. The bush no longer looked magical. Instead, it felt hostile and endless. We made our way back to the campfire, the light of the fire flickering in the dark, comforting in its small circle of warmth. I sat staring into the flames, trying to calm my racing mind. I kept thinking about those webs, about the spiders that must have spun them, and about how easy it would have been for one of them to be hiding on me, ready to bite. That night, sleep was impossible. Every sound made me jump. The wind in the trees sounded like whispers. Every crack of a branch made my heart skip. I kept checking my clothes and skin, convinced that a spider was lurking somewhere, waiting to make its move. By the time the sun rose, I was exhausted but relieved to see the bright light filtering through the trees. The bush looked tame again in daylight, like the nightmare was just a bad dream. I was still covered in bits of web and dirt, but I felt safe enough to pack up and head back. Back in the city, the memory of that night stayed with me, not as some wild trip or a story to laugh about, but as a reminder of how quickly things can go from fun to frightening. The Australian bush wasn't the friendly place I'd imagined. It was raw, wild, and full of things I didn't understand. And me? I learned that night just how much I hate spiders, and how small and vulnerable you can feel when the world you thought you knew suddenly feels like a jungle of nightmares. When I look back on that summer day, I still can't believe what happened. At the time, I don't think I was scared at all. I was only 3 years old, barely able to understand the danger I was stepping into. I didn't remember it for a long time, but now that I think about it clearly, I realized just how close I came to something terrible. It terrifies me. The place was my family's cottage, a small wooden house tucked away deep in the woods by a big lake. The kind of place where the air smells like pine and fresh water, and the sounds of birds and insects fill every corner of the day. It was a quiet place, the kind where the nearest neighbor is miles away, and the only voices you hear are those of nature. My parents had taken me there every summer since I was a baby, and it was a place I loved. That year, right before the summer, we went to a petting zoo for the first time. I was fascinated by all the animals, goats, rabbits, sheep, even llamas. I loved the feeling of their fur against my hands and the way they moved. My parents would watch me carefully as I touched the animals, making sure I was gentle and safe. After that day, I became obsessed with petting animals. I wanted to pet every creature I saw. So, when we got to the cottage and I was playing outside, I was in my element. The yard was a mix of wild grass and dirt patches, with a few trees scattered around. There was a small garden my mom had planted near the porch, filled with bright flowers and green vegetables. I remember the sun was warm and golden, making everything look soft and bright. I was running around laughing, chasing after bugs and trying to catch butterflies, when I suddenly stopped. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something big and dark moving near the edge of the woods. It wasn't far from the house, maybe only about 20 or 30 feet away. It was huge, much bigger than any animal I had ever seen in the petting zoo. The shape was broad and powerful. To me, it looked like a gorilla. I don't know why I thought that exactly. Maybe because I'd seen pictures of gorillas before or heard stories. But to my 3-year-old mind, this was a gorilla. Without hesitation, I screamed gorilla, loudly, my voice echoing through the yard. Then, instead of running away, I did the opposite. I started walking toward it. I was small and unafraid, and the thought of petting a real gorilla thrilled me. I remember stretching out my hand, fingers wide and ready to touch the soft fur I imagined. The sun hit my face and I could feel my heart beating, but not in fear, more like excitement. The thing is, the creature wasn't a gorilla at all. It was a bear, a huge bear. My mom had been inside the house when she heard my scream. She looked out the window just in time to see me halfway across the yard, heading straight for the bear. The bear was enormous, easily 10 feet tall when it stood on its hind legs. It was covered in thick, dark fur that shimmered in the sunlight, and its massive paws left deep prints in the dirt. Its nose was large and wet, twitching as it sniffed the air. Its eyes were dark, cold, and calculating. I didn't see any of this. All I saw was a gorilla that I wanted to touch. My mom didn't hesitate. She ran out of the house as fast as she could, her heart pounding. The ground seemed to shake under the bear's weight, and every step the bear took was slow and deliberate. It wasn't moving aggressively, but it wasn't harmless either. The bear was curious, probably drawn to the smell of food from our cottage, or just wandering through its territory. By the time my mom reached me, I was already too close. I was maybe halfway between the porch and the edge of the trees. My tiny hand was almost touching the bear's thick fur. My mom lunged forward, grabbing me just as the bear shifted its gaze toward us. The bear let out a low growl, a sound that made my skin crawl. My mom's grip tightened on me, and she turned and ran, pulling me with all her strength back toward the house. The bear followed us for a moment, its massive head moving to track our fleeing forms. Then, with a heavy grunt, it turned back toward the woods and disappeared into the trees. My mom slammed the door shut behind us, locking it quickly, her chest heaving with relief and fear. I didn't cry. I was confused, maybe a little startled, but mostly unaware of the danger. I just looked up at my mom with wide eyes, sensing she was upset, but not understanding why. She held me close and checked me over, making sure I was okay. To her, the moment was terrifying. To me, it was just another part of my day. Looking back now, I realize how lucky I was. Bears are wild animals, unpredictable and dangerous. If that bear had decided to attack, I wouldn't be here to tell this story. The fact that I thought the bear was a gorilla shows how young and innocent the first was. I was used to gentle animals at the petting zoo, not a huge predator lurking in the woods behind our cottage. That summer, my parents took extra precautions. They installed strong locks, kept all food inside, and made sure I never played outside alone again. The bear never came back, or at least we never saw it again. But the memory of that day stayed with my mom, and as I grew older and heard her tell the story, it began to haunt me too. I sometimes wonder what the bear was doing so close to the house. Maybe it was looking for food, or maybe it was curious about the new smells. The woods around the cottage are full of wildlife, deer, raccoons, foxes, but a bear that big is something rare. That day was a reminder that nature is wild and sometimes dangerous, even when it seems peaceful. Now, whenever I go back to the cottage, I feel a mix of nostalgia and unease. The trees look taller, the shadows deeper. I know that somewhere in those woods, wild animals still roam, and I'm grateful that I never got too close again. It's strange to think how a simple mistake, a child's misunderstanding, almost led to disaster. I wasn't scared then because I didn't understand. But now, thinking about that giant bear just steps away from me, it fills me with a chill that won't go away. That day was a close call, a moment that could have ended very differently, and I'll never forget it. I've spent a lot of nights out in the woods, wandering around, getting lost in the dark just for the hell of it. It's a weird kind of thrill, knowing how alone you are, how small you are compared to everything around you. There's this strange mix of peace and raw fear that hits you when the world shrinks down to the sound of your own breath and the soft crunch of dead leaves under your boots. A couple years ago, I had one of those nights that stuck with me. It was early spring. The air still had that sharp chill to it, but the night wasn't bitter cold. The kind of weather where you can walk around without a heavy jacket, but still feel that crispness in the back of your throat. The sky was completely black. New moon, no stars, no moonlight, nothing but pitch. I've walked in a lot of dark places, but this night felt different, deeper, thicker somehow. Like the dark was alive. I'd been hiking all evening, carrying my little pipe and some twigs to smoke along the way. It's a dumb little ritual I have, something to pass the time and settle my mind. Out there in the woods, your thoughts can get loud, and the pipe quiets them down a bit. I was moving along a creek I know pretty well, trying to find a crossing spot. I'd been following the creek for nearly a kilometer by then, winding back and forth, hoping to spot a fallen log or some rocks to hop across. But it was early spring, and the water was high, way higher than usual. The last few storms had swelled the creek, and all the good logs that usually bridged the banks were either underwater or swept away. So I was stuck bushwhacking through thick, tangled brush that snagged my clothes and scratched my skin. I zigzagged through thickets of thorny branches and brambles, dodging low-hanging twigs, and pushing aside wet moss and rotten leaves. Every step was slow and cautious. The ground was uneven, muddy in places, slick with fallen leaves soaked through by recent rains. My boots squelched with every step, the sound muffled but constant. My legs felt the burn from all the twisting and climbing through that tangled mess, but I didn't mind. There's something about being out there that makes you forget the aches and just focus on getting through. I was feeling good, too, buzzed enough from the smoke to feel loose, but still sharp. I was playing with my mind, letting little shadows and sounds tease me, imagining all the worst things that could be out there. It's a stupid game, but it pumps adrenaline like nothing else. I was picturing dark shapes moving just beyond the edge of my sight, hearing footsteps behind me when there was nothing but silence. That kind of fear, the kind you invent yourself, is a rush. I liked that feeling, being vulnerable and alive at the same time. After a while, the trail I was on got narrower, the brush closing in tighter until it opened up into this tiny clearing, a little pocket of open air surrounded by thick black vegetation. I stopped there, taking a deep breath, raising the pipe to my lips for another drag. The silence was absolute, except for the creek nearby, gurgling softly in the dark. And then it happened. There was this flash, bright, white, silent, right next to me. No sound, no warning, just a flash of light like someone snapping a photo from maybe 5 feet away. I froze, just stopped dead in my tracks. My heart slammed in my chest, my body locked up like I'd been hit by a jolt of electricity. Time stretched out, like I was caught in this slow-motion moment that dragged on forever. My mind was spinning, all the worst thoughts crashing in at once. Murderers lurking in the woods, some kind of weirdo creeping around, or maybe an alien with some freaky tech. I could almost hear my pulse pounding in my ears, feel every breath caught in my throat. I was so high, so keyed up, and suddenly so utterly terrified. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. For what felt like an eternity, I just stood there frozen, staring at this black wall of leaves and branches in front of me. The flash didn't come again. There was no sound, no movement, just the dark. And then something clicked in my head. I realized I was still breathing. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't dead. There was no immediate danger. Somehow, my brain flipped from full panic to scanning for a rational explanation. I moved slow. I turned my head just a little, eyes straining in the dark. I could make out the shape of the thick brush, the way the branches hung like a curtain. But there was nothing alive moving in that black wall. No glint of eyes, no rustling. My heart was still racing, but I felt a small flicker of relief. I took a slow, careful step forward, hands pushing aside the branches. My fingers brushed something hard and cold. I reached deeper, feeling two little black boxes nestled in the brush about waist height. Wildlife cameras. I laughed. It was such a release after that moment of pure terror. Some hunter or biologist had set those cameras up to catch pictures of animals. No murderers, no weirdos, no aliens, just some camera traps. I checked the cameras quickly, nodding to myself. They looked old, scratched up from the weather, but still working. I thought about how someone would get a picture of me frozen there, pipe in hand, wide-eyed and scared as hell. I laughed again at that image, shaking my head. I pocketed the cameras, or at least the memory of them, and turned back toward the trail I'd come from. The night was still thick and heavy around me, but my mind felt lighter. The tension was gone, replaced by that weird kind of silly relief you get after being scared for no real reason. As I walked back, I thought about how my brain had filled in all those blanks with worst-case scenarios. How easy it is to trick yourself out there, in the dark, when everything's just shapes and sounds and shadows. It's funny how fear can make you freeze up instead of run, how it makes your heart pound and your mind jump to the worst places. The creek was still gurgling as I crossed it on a fallen log I'd finally found a bit downstream. The water was cold and fast, white foam swirling around the edges. My boots balanced carefully as I crossed, the wood slick with moss. I made it across without slipping and started climbing up the other side. The forest seemed less menacing now. The dark wasn't a wall pressing in on me anymore. It was just the night. The same night I'd chosen to walk through alone. I thought about how many times I'd been out here at night, and how many times I'd felt that same rush, the fear, the vulnerability, the adrenaline. How sometimes that fear is just your own mind playing tricks, but it feels real all the same. By the time I got back to my truck, the sky was still black, no moon or stars, but the fear was gone. Just a quiet smile, a story to tell, and the calm of a night spent walking alone in the woods. The sun had just dipped below the horizon by the time we arrived at the clearing. The field was wide and open, stretching out for what seemed like miles, bordered on one side by a dense forest that looked dark and impenetrable even in the fading light. We had been driving for hours, the last part on rough dirt roads, just to get here, to this place where there were no streetlights, no other campsites, no signs of civilization for miles. It was supposed to be the perfect spot to get away, to escape the noise and distraction of city life for a night or two. Me and 3 of my friends, all of us eager for a simple, quiet camping trip. We set up the tents quickly, pushing the poles into the soft earth, hammering the stakes deep. The air was cool but not cold, with a faint breeze that rustled the tall grass around us. The forest to our side looked thick and shadowy already, with the trees packed tight like soldiers standing guard, their dark branches reaching up to the sky. After the tents were up, we gathered some dry wood from the field edges and started a fire in the small fire ring we made out of stones. The flames crackled and spit sparks into the darkening sky. We sat around it, the orange glow flickering across our faces, warming our hands. The smell of burning wood mixed with the fresh scent of grass and earth. Crickets chirped somewhere close by, and every so often a bird called out from the trees, maybe an owl or a night hawk starting its hunt. I remember watching the fire, feeling that calm people look for in places like this. But then something caught my eye, something that snapped me out of the peaceful mood. Across the field, about 200 feet from where we were sitting, near the top of a ridge that rose up on the far side, I saw a figure moving. It was a person, walking slowly along the ridge's edge, just silhouetted against the faint afterglow of the sky. They didn't stop or hesitate, just kept walking straight across the ridge. It was close to 9 o'clock at night by then, and it felt odd seeing someone out here. I wondered if it was a park ranger, or maybe a cop who had come to tell us we weren't allowed to camp there. But the figure didn't come down toward us or shout anything. They just kept walking steadily, like they had somewhere else to go, as if the field and the campsite meant nothing to them. I watched until the person finally disappeared over the edge of the ridge, vanishing into the darkness where I could no longer see them. My stomach was uneasy. I said nothing at first, trying not to let the others notice I was watching, but the sight stuck with me. We were out here all alone, with no real way to call for help if something went wrong. Still, nobody else seemed bothered. Maybe they didn't see it, or maybe they didn't care. The night was settling in fully now, and the firelight was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. After a while, 2 of my friends and I decided to gather some more firewood. We needed dry sticks and branches, so we headed toward the edge of the forest, just 10 feet inside the tree line, where fallen branches lay scattered on the ground. The light from our flashlights cut through the thick brush, showing twisted roots and damp leaves, the smell of pine and moss heavy in the air. As we moved deeper into the shadows of the forest, the noises of the field faded behind us. The crackling fire was gone, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves underfoot and the distant calls of night birds. Suddenly, something changed. Behind me, I heard it, heavy breathing. Not the kind of soft, rhythmic breathing you expect from a quiet camper or a resting animal. This was rough and loud, like someone gasping for air, panting hard. I froze and turned around quickly, flashlight scanning the thick trees and bushes behind us. But there was nothing there. The breathing continued, heavy and close, but no shape, no movement that made sense. The woods were so dense it was almost impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction. Shadows moved, but nothing that looked like a person. The guy next to me heard it too. He spun around, shining his torch wildly, trying to find whatever was making that sound. Still nothing. We stood still for what felt like forever, heartbeats pounding in our ears. The breathing sounded like it was right behind us one moment. Then the next it was moving away, drifting through the trees. We could see movement between the trunks, something shifting, something alive. The figure wasn't clear, just a blur in the shadows, but the way it moved was deliberate, like it was watching us, or maybe following us. The noise faded slowly as whatever it was moved deeper into the forest, the heavy breathing retreating with it. Neither of us said a word, but we both knew it wasn't safe to stay there. We didn't want to know what it was. Without hesitation, we turned and ran. The forest floor was uneven, roots and rocks hidden by leaves catching at our boots. We stumbled, nearly falling a few times, but we kept moving as fast as we could. The firelight at the edge of the field was our only guide, the promise of safety just ahead. When we burst back into the clearing, our friends looked up at us, startled by how out of breath we were and the panic in our eyes. We didn't explain everything. No one wanted to sound crazy or scared. But the night suddenly felt colder, darker, and more threatening. We stayed close to the fire for the rest of the evening, too uneasy to wander far. The person on the ridge was never seen again. The heavy breathing and movement in the trees remained a mystery. Maybe a wild animal, a deer or something larger, but the sound was so human-like, so close, it was hard to convince myself it was just that. When morning came, the sun rising pale and weak over the field, the forest looked calm and harmless. The tracks we found around the edge of the trees were hard to make out, but there were plenty of prints, some big, some small, some definitely not human. Looking back, it was the kind of night that sticks with you. The silence in the forest that wasn't really silent, the feeling of being watched, and the knowledge that we were not alone out there. The kind of night where your mind races through every possibility, and none of them are comforting. We packed up quickly after breakfast. The tension hadn't left, and none of us felt like staying any longer. Driving away from that field, I kept glancing back at the dark edge of the trees, wondering what else was still out there, waiting in the shadows. I never told anyone else the full story. It sounds ridiculous now, but for that one night, something was out there, watching us, something that wasn't just part of the woods. And sometimes, the scariest thing isn't what you see, but what you don't. I remember my first ever camping trip with the Boy Scouts like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was deep in the northern South Carolina mountains, just a few miles from the North Carolina border. The air was crisp and fresh, the kind that smells like pine and damp earth, and the trees towered over us like ancient giants. The whole place felt remote, like we were miles away from the nearest road or house. We all knew we were camping in Black Bear country, but to be honest, none of it really sank in at the time. For a bunch of 12-year-olds excited about their first taste of real wilderness, it just felt like the start of a big adventure. The day itself had been perfect. After a long hike up the winding trails, we reached the campsite by late afternoon. The spot was a clearing surrounded by thick forest on three sides, with a small stream babbling nearby. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground. The smell of wood smoke and pine needles filled the air. Everyone was busy setting up their tents. I remember being so proud of myself when I pitched mine all by myself. The canvas was a little stiff and awkward, but I managed to get the poles right and stake it down securely. The tent was a simple dome shape with a zippered door and a mesh window in the back. I left that window open all the way, eager to feel the fresh mountain breeze. After dinner, when the sky turned dark and the stars began to twinkle like tiny diamonds, I crawled into my sleeping bag, feeling tired but happy. The campfire had long since died down, and the woods around us settled into a deep, almost thick silence that only happens far away from city noise. I lay there thinking about the day, the hikes, the laughs, and the strange sounds of the forest at night. The smell of damp earth and pine needles seeped in through the open tent window, and the cool mountain air brushed gently against my face. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Then, just as I was drifting off, I heard it. A heavy breathing sound right outside my tent. At first, I thought maybe it was one of my friends messing around, but the breathing was too slow and deliberate. It was deep and wet, like someone had been running hard and was now catching their breath. My heart skipped a beat. I froze for a moment, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or maybe an animal far away. But then came the rustling in the leaves, right next to the back of my tent where the mesh window was wide open. It wasn't light rustling, like a squirrel or a bird hopping through dry leaves. It was heavy, thick, like something big was stepping carefully, but with purpose. My mouth went dry. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and leaned toward the window. The darkness outside was almost complete, broken only by a faint sliver of moonlight shining through the trees. I couldn't see anything clearly at first. The shadows between the trunks of the trees looked like moving shapes, but it was hard to tell what was real and what was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Then, from the corner of my vision, I caught a dark shape moving slowly just beyond the bushes. The breathing got louder, and I swear I could feel the presence of something large, heavy, and alive. My heart was pounding so loud I thought the whole camp would hear it. I felt my fingers tremble as I reached for the zipper on my tent door. But before I could move, I heard another sound, soft, little noises like footsteps, but smaller and quicker. It was a cub, I realized, just as another dark figure moved near the larger one. I lost my mind. I started yelling as loud as I could for the scoutmaster. The noise woke the entire troop, and within seconds, every tent was alive with the sound of boys scrambling and whispering anxiously. Flashlights flicked on, beams cutting through the blackness, revealing the campsite in patches of white light and deep shadow. We all saw them then, two black bears, the mother and her cub, wandering around, sniffing the air, maybe curious or just looking for food. The mother was big, her fur thick and shiny even in the dim light. The cub was smaller but still hefty, clumsy as it followed close behind. They moved slowly, stepping carefully through the leaves and twigs on the forest floor. The scoutmaster quickly told us to stay calm and back away from the tents without turning our backs on the bears. The bears noticed the flashlights and the noise. After a moment, the mother let out a low grunt and took off running with the cub scrambling behind her. They disappeared into the thick forest, the sound of their heavy paws crunching over leaves fading into the night. The whole camp was buzzing with nervous energy after that. I couldn't sleep a wink for the rest of the night. Every little noise made me jump, the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of some wild animal. I kept the tent zipper closed tight and the window sealed, afraid the bears might come back. The next morning, the camp was all quiet again, but I felt different. I wasn't the same excited kid who had arrived the day before. The mountains were beautiful, yes, but also wild and dangerous. It wasn't just a fun place for hiking and campfires anymore. The bears had reminded me that we were visitors in their home, and that home wasn't always safe. I learned a lot that trip: how to build a fire, how to set up a tent, and how to respect nature. But most of all, I learned to be alert, to listen closely to the sounds of the forest, and to never underestimate the power of the wild. The image of that black bear and her cub wandering around our campsite stayed with me for a long time. It was a real moment of fear and awe that taught me what it really meant to be out there, deep in the mountains, alone but for the creatures that lived there. From then on, I made sure to keep my tent windows zipped tight every night, and to never take the wilderness for granted. The mountains are beautiful, but they're also full of life that doesn't always want to see you there. That first camping trip with the Boy Scouts was the start of many more adventures, but none quite as intense or unforgettable as that night, lying awake in my tent, listening to the heavy breathing of a black bear just inches away. It was a Friday night, just like any other. The kind of night you think will be normal, fun, maybe a little wild, but nothing to really worry about. Me and my friends had decided to get together for a bonfire. We picked a quiet spot a few blocks from the neighborhood, a small clearing near the edge of the woods where we could safely build a fire. Everyone showed up with snacks, drinks, blankets, and a couple of speakers for music. The weather was cool but not cold, that sweet kind of late spring evening where you could still sit outside without needing a jacket. We spent the first hour just talking and laughing. The fire crackled and popped, casting an orange glow that danced across everyone's faces. The smell of burning would mix with the faint scent of pine trees all around. Some of us roasted marshmallows, others passed around a guitar and sang a few familiar songs. It was that simple kind of happiness you get when you're with people who know you, where no one's pretending or trying too hard. I remember feeling completely relaxed, the worries of the week slipping away with each flicker of the fire. As the night wore on, the fire started to die down, the logs glowing red and gray ash falling softly to the ground. The music slowed to a soft hum, and some people started to get quieter, content just to watch the flames. The conversations turned to the usual stuff: plans for summer, school stories, funny memories. The kind of stuff that feels important in the moment, but probably wouldn't mean much a week later. Then, out of nowhere, a loud popping sound came from the distance. It was sharp and sudden, like the snap of a firecracker or a firework exploding in the sky. Everyone froze for a second, the music stopped, and we all looked toward where the sound came from, but it was too far away to see anything. At first, no one said much. We all just assumed it was fireworks, maybe someone else in the neighborhood lighting off some late-night celebration. It wasn't unusual. Sometimes people would celebrate birthdays or just blow off steam on a Friday night. We waited a bit, listening for another pop or crackle, but there was nothing. The woods were still except for the soft rustle of leaves and the faint sounds of insects. After a few minutes, the mood relaxed again, and we went back to talking and laughing. The sound felt distant, disconnected from us, like a small disturbance on the edge of a calm evening. About 45 minutes later, the group was thinning out. Some people had left already. Others were packing up their things quietly. One of our friends, Claire, said she was going to head home early because she wasn't feeling great. She walked off toward the street with her jacket zipped up tight, and we waved her goodbye. Not long after Claire left, her phone rang. It was a call from another friend who had already gone home. The moment Claire answered, I noticed her face go pale. Her eyes flickered with something I couldn't place: shock, fear, confusion. She didn't say much, just a few quiet words before hanging up and turning back toward the group. Everyone waited, watching her like she might say something important. When she finally spoke, her voice was low and shaky. She said there were police cars and ambulances at her house, her family's house. It was only a few blocks away from where we were sitting, close enough to hear the distant sounds of sirens and shouting. No one said anything for a long moment. The air felt heavier somehow, colder despite the warm fire embers still glowing faintly. Later that night, we all learned what had happened. Claire's dad had shot himself. It was a fact so brutal and raw that it left a silence in the room where nothing else seemed to matter. The man we all knew as Claire's dad, a quiet guy who didn't say much but always greeted us kindly when we saw him around town, was gone in the most terrible way. We found out the shooting had happened not long after we'd heard that strange popping sound in the distance. The firecracker noise that we had just dismissed, it was the gunshot. The very moment a man ended his own life, just a few blocks away from where we were sitting, safe in the circle of friends and firelight. I kept thinking about the sound, how it had cut through the calm night so clearly, how none of us had realized what it was at the time, how close it had been. That night, everything felt different. The fire was out, the blankets packed away, but none of us wanted to leave. We just sat there, staring into the dark woods beyond the clearing, hearing only the distant sounds of emergency vehicles and whispered voices from the street. It was the kind of moment that changes how you see things, how you realize how thin the line is between normal and tragedy. How life goes on around you, full of noise and laughter, but some people carry unbearable pain inside them. The next day, none of us spoke much. We kept thinking about Claire, wondering how she was holding up, about the man who was no longer there, about how a single gunshot had shattered a family and left a whole neighborhood stunned and silent. In the days that followed, the neighborhood was quieter than usual. People kept their windows shut, voices lowered, and no one gathered for any more bonfires. The place where we had sat under the stars felt heavy, like the weight of what had happened hung in the air. It wasn't just about the sound or the night itself. It was about the reminder that pain can be invisible, that people carry battles no one else sees. And sometimes, those battles end in ways that shake everyone who's left behind. For me, that night stayed with me in a way I didn't expect. I thought about it over and over, the sound of the gunshot echoing across the dark neighborhood, blending with the crackling fire we thought was the only noise that mattered. How close tragedy can be, even when you're surrounded by friends. I realized that life can be fragile and unpredictable, that beneath the surface of any ordinary night there can be darkness no one speaks of, but also that being there for each other, listening, and paying attention might be the only way to hold on to the light when it feels like it's going out. That bonfire wasn't just the end of a night. It was the moment I understood how close we all live to pain, and how important it is to notice, even when it's hard. I was about 13 when my family took a road trip to Oregon. It was one of those trips that felt like a break from everything, a chance to escape the usual noise of home and just breathe in the open air. We'd been driving for hours, and when we finally stopped at this beach, I was excited to stretch my legs and explore. The air was cold and damp, and a thick fog had rolled in, blanketing everything in a quiet gray haze. You couldn't see very far ahead, but it gave the place a strange kind of calm. It wasn't bright or sunny like a typical beach day. It was muted, with the fog swallowing the horizon, the waves rolling in softly, their edges blurring into the mist. We parked near the edge of the sand and started walking toward the water. My parents and my little sister were close behind me, but I quickly slipped ahead, drawn by the mystery that the fog seemed to whisper. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe the way the sea met the sky without a clear line, or the quietness that made the crashing waves sound distant, like a secret only the ocean knew. I walked with bare feet sinking into the cold, wet sand, the fog curling around me like a thick blanket. The air smelled salty and sharp, with the faint tang of seaweed and something else, something earthy and old. As I wandered farther from where my family stayed, the fog seemed to grow heavier, thicker, wrapping everything in a dense, gray swirl. It got harder to see, and the world around me softened, edges blurring. The sound of my footsteps was muffled by the sand, and the usual sharp cries of seagulls felt dull and far away. I was alone enough to feel a quiet buzz of excitement mixed with something else, a little bit of unease. The beach felt different here, more secretive. I walked along, feeling the cold drip of moisture on my skin and the occasional gust of wind that pushed the fog to swirl and twist. Then I saw it, just ahead, through the mist, a lagoon. At first, it looked like a large tide pool, a calm pool of seawater surrounded by sand and rocks, caught in the ebb and flow of the tide. The water was still and glassy, reflecting the dull gray sky above. It was bigger than any tide pool I'd seen before, a natural basin carved into the sand, holding the ocean's breath like a secret. I began to walk around the lagoon, keeping to the edge, trying to find a way to skirt it without getting wet. As I moved closer, something caught my eye, sticks and driftwood, poking up out of the sand around the water. At first, I thought maybe it was someone's makeshift shelter, or one of those little forts kids sometimes build on the beach. Driftwood shacks are pretty common in Oregon, after all, when the weather turns cold and people want to hide from the wind. But these sticks weren't arranged like a fort or a hut. They stood straight and rigid, planted in the sand like stakes. Curiosity pulled me closer, and I noticed a small pier, a crude construction made of driftwood, starting from the dry sand and reaching a foot or two into the lagoon's shallow water. The wood was weathered and pale, bleached by sun and salt. The pier looked like it had been carefully built, each stick stuck firmly into the sand to hold it steady against the tide. That's when I saw something that froze me in place. More sticks stood planted around the lagoon, each one taller than me, probably around my height, and each had an animal head impaled on top. Animal heads, Not just driftwood decorations, but actual heads. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the shapes were too clear, too gruesome. One had a pelican head, the beak hanging open, eyes glassy and dull. Another had a seagull, feathers ruffled and stuck stiff, as if the wind had frozen them mid-flutter. But the most horrifying was the seal's head, large and dark, its mouth open in a frozen snarl, eyes staring blankly ahead. The heads were mounted like trophies, the beaks and snouts piercing the driftwood stakes, holding them up for anyone who came by to see. My heart pounded so loud, I was sure it echoed in the silence around me. I took a shaky step back, then another, eyes scanning the sand for more signs of whatever had done this. That's when I noticed the bodies. The ground around the lagoon was littered with carcasses, decapitated birds and sea animals, tossed carelessly about. 2 pelicans lay on their sides, wings splayed awkwardly, their heads missing, only the bases of their necks bloody and raw. Seagulls were strewn nearby, feathers scattered in the sand, their bodies broken and lifeless. The seal's body was larger, flopped half in the water and half on the beach, its neck gruesomely severed, head mounted nearby on the stick. I couldn't move for a moment. The smell hit me then, faint but unmistakable. Damp rot mixed with the sharp, salty tang of blood and decaying flesh. The beach, which had felt peaceful and quiet a moment ago, now felt like the edge of something dark and terrible. The fog around me thickened even more, blurring the scene into a nightmare haze. My skin prickled with cold, and every instinct screamed at me to leave fast. I turned and ran without looking back, my bare feet slapping against the wet sand, lungs burning with cold air. I could still hear the distant crashing of waves and the faint, sad cries of seagulls somewhere far away. But the lagoon and those dreadful heads disappeared behind the fog as I sprinted toward where I thought my family was. When I finally reached them, the fog had started to thin, the day brighter again. They were nowhere near the lagoon, just a few hundred yards up the beach, chatting and laughing, as if the strange place I'd just left didn't exist. I didn't say anything at first. How could I? How could I explain the horrors I'd seen without sounding insane? The lagoon, the pier, the animal heads. How would they believe me? But I knew I couldn't go back there, and I wasn't going to. The image of those lifeless eyes, those grotesque trophies, burned in my mind. That trip ended soon after, and we left Oregon, but I never forgot that beach. Sometimes I wonder who did that, and why. Was it someone living out there in the fog? Someone who used the beach for their twisted rituals? Or some cruel prank gone horribly wrong? I never found answers, but every time I think about that day, I feel that cold fog creeping back, thick and suffocating, and the silent lagoon where the driftwood pier stood, guarded by the dead. It's not the kind of memory you ever shake off, especially when you realize how close you came to something so dark, hidden just beneath the calm surface of a foggy beach. I was working in the bush that summer, part of a crew doing forest surveys on a logging site. The days were long and dusty, full of sweat, thick brush, and endless stretches of cut blocks. Areas where huge machines had torn down the trees and left behind a patchwork of stumps, broken branches, and piles of slash. It was hard work, but I liked it. Being out in the wild, away from noise and traffic, felt good most days. One afternoon, I was sent out alone to redo a survey at one of the locations. The site was on the edge of a recently logged block, with thick forest stretching beyond it in all directions. The sun was already low, slanting golden light over the rough ground, and I felt the cool bite of the early fall creeping into the air. The smell of crushed pine needles and wet earth filled my lungs. I parked the truck on the gravel road that skirted the cut block and grabbed my gear, clipboard, GPS, measuring tape, and my trusty old shovel for marking spots. The ground underfoot was rough, littered with branches, splintered wood, and deep ruts from the logging trucks. The whole block looked chaotic, but to me it was just the kind of place I was used to now. I started walking along the edge of the block, following the survey lines. At one point, I veered off a little, heading toward the edge of the trees. The forest there was thick, dark, and full of shadows, but just beyond the broken stumps and jagged brush, I caught movement. At the tree line, I spotted a small herd of moose. They were big, dark shapes standing motionless against the fading light, almost blending into the shadows. My heart jumped. This was the first time I'd ever seen moose in the wild. I froze, not wanting to spook them. The moose noticed me too. Almost immediately, they turned and scampered off into the bush, their long legs carrying them with surprising speed and silence between the trees. All except one. One big male moose lingered just out of sight, half hidden behind a thick stand of firs. It looked at me with dark, unreadable eyes. I was excited. I'd read about moose behavior, knew they could be dangerous if provoked, but I wasn't afraid yet. This was a chance to see one close. The moose suddenly let out a deep, honking call. It was loud and guttural, echoing through the trees and across the cut block. I didn't know what else to do, so I tried to mimic it. I made a honking sound back, hoping to see what would happen. To my surprise, the moose responded by stepping out from behind the trees and moving slowly across the open area toward me. It called again, louder this time. Encouraged, I honked back once more. It came closer. I should have known better. I assumed foolishly that maybe I was communicating something friendly or neutral, like a greeting. But with every honk, the moose took a few more steps toward me. It was huge, probably close to half a ton, all muscle and bone with a thick, dark coat. I looked closer. It had no antlers. I remembered that the antler shedding season was in the late fall, so it was probably early enough in the year that this big male was antlerless. But it was still intimidating. The moose wasn't just coming out of curiosity anymore. It was focused, locked on me. It let out a low, rumbling noise that was different from before, more like a warning. I didn't feel excited anymore. My skin prickled, and my heart started pounding. I tried to back off slowly, making other noises, swearing under my breath, slapping my shovel against rocks and logs to make loud clacks. I hoped to scare it away, but the moose didn't slow down. In fact, it quickened its pace, its massive hooves thudding heavily on the uneven ground. Panic started to rise. I knew moose could be dangerous, especially males during the rut or if they felt threatened. This one was pissed off, no doubt about it. The ground beneath me was full of obstacles, branches, rocks, piles of sharp slashwood from the logging machines. Running wasn't easy, but I didn't care. I turned and sprinted, legs pumping hard as I fought to keep my balance over the uneven, treacherous terrain. I could hear the moose behind me, its heavy breathing and pounding hooves closing the distance fast. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed, but adrenaline pushed me harder than I'd ever been pushed. Branches tore at my clothes and face. I stumbled over a jagged log, but kept going. I glanced back briefly. This beast was gaining on me, a dark shadow barreling through the chaos of the logged forest, eyes blazing with fury. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. The metal frame looked like a safe island in the wild sea of slash. I threw myself inside, heart hammering, sweat soaking my shirt. I watched as the moose slowed to a stop halfway across the block, nostrils flaring, chest heaving. It stared at me for a moment, then, as suddenly as it had charged, turned away and disappeared back into the forest. I sat there for a long while, trying to catch my breath and calm my shaking hands. The sun dipped below the trees, the shadows growing longer and darker. My mind raced over what had just happened. I realized how close I had come to serious danger. When I finally gathered myself, I started the truck and drove slowly back toward camp. The logging site felt different now, wilder, more unpredictable. I had a new respect for the animals that lived there and the risks of working alone in the bush. That night, I lay awake in my cabin, replaying the chase over and over. I could still hear the heavy footsteps behind me, feel the pounding of my own heart. I knew I'd never forget that day. The day I ran from a pissed-off moose and lived to tell the story. The night settled deep and dark over the Black Hills, swallowing the trees and the soft hum of the little creek near our campsite. I sat in the faint glow of our small fire, its orange flames licking the cool night air. The scent of pine and damp earth wrapped around me like a blanket. My husband and our friend, who was decidedly not the outdoorsy type, had been having a good time earlier, but now the quiet of the forest felt heavy, almost suffocating. Our friend had drunk too much. I'd seen the signs as the evening wore on, slurred words, stumbling steps, and then the sudden, desperate rush for the bushes when they got sick. The poor thing was curled up in their sleeping bag, looking miserable. It was clear that they couldn't handle a full night in the woods. My husband and I faced a choice: pack everything up in the middle of the night, or have my husband drive our friend back home while I stayed behind to watch the camp. We settled on the latter. My husband volunteered to take the friend back, leaving me alone with the tent and the wilderness. 5 seconds after he left, I wished I hadn't agreed. The forest around me was alive with noises. The wind rustled through the trees, leaves shuffling like whispers. But there was something else, something closer. Leaves crunching, twigs snapping, and a low grunt that didn't belong to any deer or raccoon I'd ever heard. I sat stiff in the dark, flashlight in one hand and a small hatchet in the other, a multi-tool clipped to my belt. I had to protect myself if something decided to get too close. Earlier that evening, just after the sun had dipped below the hills, we'd heard a scream, a loud, chilling scream that echoed through the forest. It was the kind of sound that made the hair on your neck stand up, a scream that only a mountain lion could make. The echo had faded, but the memory of it stuck in my mind like a stone in my shoe. I thought about it now, as the noises behind the tent grew louder. The fire was dying, casting flickering shadows that made the trees look like giants looming in the dark. The wind shifted, and I could hear the leaves rustle again, closer this time, right behind the tent. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat loud enough to drown out the sounds of the forest. I shone my flashlight toward the noise, but the beam caught only darkness and the thick trunks of trees. My breath came out in slow clouds, my fingers gripping the hatchet tighter. I reminded myself to stay calm. Mountain lions were known in these parts. I'd read about their habits, how they stalk and watch, how they sometimes sneak close to campsites, drawn by the smell of food or the sound of a vulnerable animal. I wasn't about to become a story about someone who wasn't prepared. I settled myself against a tree trunk, positioning the hatchet where I could grab it easily. My eyes flicked constantly, catching every movement. The grunt came again, low and guttural like a warning. It made my skin crawl. The leaves stirred and then froze, as if something was holding still just beyond the edge of my flashlight. Time slowed. I counted the seconds, 1, 2, 3, stretching into minutes. My mind played tricks, the shadows growing into shapes that seemed to move on their own. I imagined eyes watching me from the darkness, two yellow orbs glowing and unblinking. The fire suddenly hissed and popped, a small spark flying into the air. It reminded me that I wasn't entirely defenseless, but the thought didn't bring much comfort. The forest felt huge and endless, and I was alone, vulnerable. My husband's truck wasn't back yet. I didn't know how long it would take him to drive through the winding roads and back to camp. The minutes dragged on like hours. I took a deep breath, the cool air filling my lungs. I reminded myself why we camped here, to enjoy the wilderness, to escape the noise of the city. But this was different. This was primal fear, the kind you don't shake easily. Suddenly, a snap to my left made me jump. I swung the flashlight that way, catching a glimpse of a large shape retreating behind a bush. I held my breath, heart pounding. The noises started again, slow steps moving away, breaking twigs, rustling leaves. The grunts faded, replaced by silence. I waited a long time, too afraid to move. The fire was almost out, and cold began to seep into my bones. I tried to stay alert, gripping the hatchet until my knuckles went white. Finally, the headlights appeared through the trees. My husband's truck rolled into the clearing, its engine a loud relief against the stillness. I jumped up, relief crashing over me like a wave. He quickly helped me pack up what we could, then we headed home, the forest falling silent behind us. That night, I learned that sometimes the wilderness is more than just beautiful landscapes and peaceful quiet. It's raw and wild, and if you're not careful, it can remind you just how small you really are. But it also taught me about the importance of caution, respect, and readiness when you step into the unknown. We still camp in the Black Hills, but never without being prepared, and never leaving anyone alone in the dark. When I was about 12, I spent a lot of time wandering the woods near my house in upstate New York. The woods were thick and full of old trees, mossy rocks, and all kinds of wildlife. It wasn't a big forest, but it was deep enough that if you walked far enough, you'd feel completely alone, like you were in a different world. I had a Springer Spaniel named Spanky. He was a good dog, loyal and calm, but he loved the woods as much as I did. We didn't have much to do other than roam, and that suited me just fine. Spanky was trained for bird hunting, but not the fancy kind where he points or freezes perfectly. We mostly trained him to retrieve, so he would follow scent and bring things back. On our walks, I'd let him off the leash, and he would do his own thing, sniffing around, marking trees, exploring every nook. I liked to make a game out of these walks. Sometimes I would run hard through thick brush, leaping over fallen trees or swinging from low branches. Other times I would try to move as quietly as possible, stalking through the underbrush, careful not to snap twigs or rustle leaves. It was like my own little adventure. This particular day, I decided to try the stalking game. The air was cool and clean, a bit damp from rain the night before, and the woods smelled of earth and pine. Spanky was getting older by then. His muzzle was graying, and he didn't have the same energy he used to. After about half an hour moving through the woods, slowly and carefully, I noticed Spanky was getting tired. He was walking slower, his tail wagging less enthusiastically. So I decided it was time to head back. I wasn't in a rush, just a slow walk back along the game trail, letting Spanky lead the way as usual. The trail we were on was well used by hunters and hikers, worn smooth in some places by feet and paws, but still narrow and winding through the trees. The trees here were mostly tall oaks and maples, their leaves thick and green. The ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. I liked this trail because it felt safe, and I knew it well enough to find my way without thinking. Spanky was a bit ahead of me, nose down and sniffing like he always did. Stalking is a slow process, quiet and patient, so I didn't hurry. The woods around me were quiet too, except for the distant sound of birds and the occasional rustle of small animals moving in the underbrush. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows between the trees, making the light patchy and uneven. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I suddenly stopped. Spanky was frozen, nose pointing just off to the right of the path, completely still like a statue. At first, I didn't see anything. Then my eyes adjusted, and I spotted the doe. She was standing just a few feet from the trail, barely a few yards from where I was. She was so close I could have reached out and touched her. We stared at each other. It was like time stopped. The doe's black eyes locked onto mine. I don't remember blinking. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath. The doe's gaze wasn't afraid, or curious, or even calm. It was something else, intense, almost like a silent challenge. Spanky stayed frozen too, completely still, his head low and nose pointing at the doe. Usually he'd bark or lunge, but not this time. It was like something had quieted him completely. I felt a strange mixture of curiosity and unease. The doe didn't move. She just stared. I didn't know what to do. I stood frozen too, unsure if I should back away or stay. The moment felt heavy, like I was caught in some kind of trap made of silence and stillness. Then suddenly she dropped. One moment she was standing, the next she was on the ground, completely still. She was dead. I couldn't believe it. There was no sound, no struggle, just gone. I looked at her, searching for any sign of what might have happened, but there was nothing. No blood, no injury, no sign she had been attacked. Spanky looked confused, slowly stepping toward her. I knelt down to check the doe's body. It was cold and stiffening already. I felt a chill run through me. How could an animal that was standing just a moment ago be dead now, with no warning? We stayed there for a while. I didn't want to move. The woods around us felt different now, heavier somehow. I called out for help when I got home, and the next day hunters came and tagged the doe. They took samples of the meat and sent it off for testing. The results were all clean. No poison, no disease, nothing to explain how or why she died. Even now, I don't understand it. The woods are full of strange things, but this one still stands out. A silent, lifeless moment between me and a wild deer, frozen in time, then the sudden ending of a life with no cause I could see. Sometimes I wonder if the doe felt the same fear I did in those moments, caught in a stare neither of us could break. That day, the woods taught me something I still carry with me. A reminder that nature is full of mysteries we might never solve, and sometimes the most ordinary walk can become something unforgettable. A few months ago, my girlfriend and I decided to go for a hike. It was one of those clear days when the sun was just starting to soften in the late afternoon, and the air had that crisp, clean feel that only early fall can bring. We had planned this hike for a while, wanting to get out of the city and spend some time in the quiet woods. The trail we chose wasn't super popular. Not many people came this way, which was exactly what we wanted. Just us and the wilderness. The path was narrow, winding through a dense forest of tall pines and oaks. Leaves littered the ground in rich shades of amber, rust, and deep green, making a soft carpet under our feet. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine needles filled the air. Birds chirped occasionally overhead, but the forest felt quiet in a way that was almost too still, like it was holding its breath. We walked side by side, sometimes chatting about nothing in particular, sometimes just soaking in the sounds of nature. The trail twisted ahead of us, curving around a ridge that dropped off steeply on one side. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting long shadows that danced as the wind moved the leaves. It was peaceful, almost perfect. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a noise coming from the thick brush just off the trail. It wasn't subtle. It was a deep, heavy sound, like something large moving through the undergrowth. My heart jumped a little. I looked over at my girlfriend. She whispered, barely audible, "I think it's a deer, babe." I wanted to believe her. Deer were common here, and it would explain the noise. But it was too loud, too deliberate. It didn't sound like a small animal stepping lightly through the leaves. It was heavier, more forceful, like something big was pushing through the brush. We both froze. The sound was coming closer now, and the brush rustled violently. I tried to look down the trail, searching for movement, any sign of what was coming our way. My eyes scanned the shadows, trying to catch the shape before it appeared. Then it happened. A giant black paw, massive, with thick claws, landed right in the middle of the trail, maybe 10 feet ahead of us. It was huge, easily the size of a dinner plate or bigger. My girlfriend let out a terrified yell, "Fuck!" And without another word, she bolted. Her legs pumping hard, she disappeared down the trail in an instant. I stood there frozen for a second, heart pounding in my chest. My mind was screaming at me to move, but my body was slow to react. Then I saw it, the bear. It was massive, easily 300, maybe 350 pounds, jet black and muscular, standing just about 10 yards away. It looked straight at me, eyes locked like it was measuring me. There was no growl, no roar. Just this calm, heavy gaze that made my blood run cold. I knew running was supposed to be a bad idea. Everyone says don't run from a bear, that it triggers their chase instinct. But I was scared, frozen by the sheer size of it. And when my girlfriend was already sprinting away, my instincts kicked in. I turned and ran. My legs moved faster than I thought they could. My breathing was ragged, loud in my ears. I kept looking back over my shoulder, expecting the bear to be chasing us, but it wasn't. Instead, it just turned and walked calmly across the trail, as if we didn't even exist. The sound of its heavy paws crunching on leaves faded as it disappeared back into the trees. I kept running, trying to catch up with my girlfriend. She was already deep into the woods, weaving between trees, her breath short and panicked. She hadn't even realized she was running right toward where the bear had just been. When I finally caught up, we both stopped and looked at each other, breathing hard, faces flushed. I reached into my backpack and pulled out my knife. Not a huge survival blade, just a small fixed blade I always carried on hikes. It felt heavy in my hand, a little comfort in a moment of fear. She nodded without saying a word. "Let's go," her eyes said, and we turned back the way we came. We ran fast, sticking close to each other, scanning the woods around us. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf sent spikes of adrenaline through me. The forest didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt dangerous, unpredictable. I kept my knife ready, though I hoped we'd never need it. The trail stretched on ahead, and I forced myself to keep moving, not letting my fear slow me down. We could hear our own heavy breathing and the pounding of our footsteps, but nothing else. No sign of the bear. The forest seemed to watch us silently as we ran. After what felt like forever, the trees thinned out, and the parking lot came into view. My truck was just where we left it, bathed in late afternoon light. Relief washed over me, but my heart was still racing. We didn't stop running until we reached the truck, throwing ourselves inside. The doors slammed shut behind us, and I locked them quickly. My girlfriend slid into the passenger seat, still trembling. We sat there for a moment, letting the engine idle, catching our breath. The sense of danger was gone, replaced by a shaky calm. I looked over at her and realized how close we'd come. That bear had been so near, so quiet and calm that for a second I'd thought it might just ignore us. But seeing that paw hit the trail, feeling the weight of those eyes, those moments would stick with me forever. I started the truck, and we pulled out slowly, the dirt crunching beneath the tires. As we drove away, the forest disappeared in the rearview mirror, and the tension in my chest eased little by little. That day taught me a lot, about how fast fear can hit, how strong your instincts really are, and how thin the line is between peaceful nature and something wild and dangerous lurking just beyond the trees. I know we were lucky. That bear didn't chase us or attack. It could have gone so differently. But it's a memory I carry with me now, a reminder to respect the wild, to be ready, and never to underestimate the power of nature, no matter how calm it seems. That night at camp is something I still think about sometimes, even though it happened years ago when I was in middle school. It's the kind of memory that sticks with you, not because it was exciting or fun, but because it was unsettling in a way I never expected. I want to tell it clearly, exactly how it felt and what I saw, without making it sound like some spooky story from a movie. It was real. It was terrifying, and it didn't have any neat ending, just something that changed how I felt about being alone in the dark forever. We were camping with a group from school, mostly kids around my age and a few adults who were our group leaders. The camp was set up in a clearing in the woods, not too far from a quiet country road. You could hear the occasional cars passing by in the night, distant but clear enough to remind you the world was still out there, beyond the trees and the dark. Our tent was a platform tent, meaning it was raised off the ground on wooden beams. It was supposed to keep us safe from bugs and wet ground, and it had a canvas roof and walls. It wasn't fully enclosed like a normal tent. There were gaps where the canvas met the platform, so you could hear everything outside if you were quiet enough. My best friend and I shared this tent. We had bunked together because we trusted each other, and it was more fun than sleeping alone. The adults were in their own platform tent, across the circle from us. It was maybe 100 feet away, with other tents between ours and theirs. We could see the faint outline of their tent lights sometimes, but mostly it was dark. The night started like any other. We'd had dinner, roasted marshmallows, and told stories around the fire. When it was time, we crawled into our sleeping bags in the tent, trying to ignore the cold and the sounds of the woods around us. The trees made strange noises, the rustling of leaves, twigs snapping in the distance, the occasional hoot of an owl. All normal stuff. We were tired and drifted off, but I woke up sometime after midnight. I can't say exactly what woke me. Maybe it was a noise, or maybe my brain just wouldn't shut off. The tent was cold, and the air smelled damp. I didn't want to turn on a flashlight because I was scared of what I might see, but my eyes were adjusting to the dark. That's when I saw him, a figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, where the trees started. He wasn't moving much, just standing there, half hidden by the shadows. But I could tell it was a man, tall, thin, and watching us. Not walking or coming closer, just standing still, looking in our direction. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Like the way animals sense danger, or when your skin feels cold for no reason. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I thought he might hear it. I didn't want to breathe loudly, but I couldn't stop the air from coming in and out. I glanced over at my friend beside me. Her eyes were open, wide in the dark. She had seen him too. We didn't say anything, of course. We just slowly reached out and grabbed each other's hands, clutching tight, as if that small touch could protect us from whatever was out there. The man didn't speak or move toward the tent. Instead, he started walking slowly around the platform tent where we were sleeping. His footsteps were soft but steady. I could hear them crunch the leaves and twigs underfoot. He circled our tent once, then twice, then a third time, and then he started walking back down the hill, disappearing into the darkness beyond the trees. We stayed frozen for a long time after he left, holding hands, too scared to move or speak. We listened hard for any sounds, footsteps coming back, voices, anything. But the woods fell silent again, except for the usual night noises and the distant cars on the road. Neither of us slept much after that. When the sun started coming up, casting pale light through the trees, we quietly told one of the group leaders what we'd seen. They said they'd look around the campsite, but I don't think they really believed us. Maybe they thought it was a prank or just our imagination. To this day, my friend and I still talk about that night. We wonder who that man was, what he was doing there, and if he had been watching other tents too. The feeling of being watched, of someone knowing exactly where we were and waiting without moving closer, was something I've never forgotten. Even now, years later, I'm careful about where I camp or sleep outside. That night taught me that sometimes people are the scariest thing in the woods. Not monsters or ghosts, but real humans who don't belong where they should, and who make you feel unsafe in a place that's supposed to be peaceful. I was still pretty new to the force when it happened. Just a few months into the job, and like every rookie, I got stuck with the worst shifts, graveyard duty, patrolling empty streets and parks when most sane people were asleep. The precinct I worked for covered a mix of neighborhoods, some rougher than others, but for the most part, it was a quiet area. Still, nighttime has a way of turning even the most boring places into something else entirely. It's hard to explain, but when you're alone at 2 or 3 a.m., even an empty playground starts to feel like something's off. You notice sounds you wouldn't hear during the day: creaking swings, wind rustling through trees, the occasional raccoon knocking over a trash can. It doesn't take much for your nerves to wind tight. This one night, I got sent to patrol a local park I'd only been to once or twice during the academy. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. A few fields, some swing sets, a little man-made lake on one end, and a tree line that wrapped around the northern edge like a kind of natural wall. Beyond that, just thick woods for a few hundred yards before you hit residential streets again. It was a little past 2 a.m., and the air was dead still. No traffic on the nearby roads, not even any distant sirens or late-night music. The only thing I heard was the dull crunch of gravel under my boots as I made my way along the paved trail that cut through the park. My flashlight was off. I didn't want to spook anyone if they were just a couple of teens sneaking a joint or drinking under the slide. Usually that's all I came across, some kids making dumb choices, nothing dangerous. I'd shine the light, tell them to head home, and they'd take off like rabbits. Routine. I was walking the trail toward the north side, near where the woods begin. There's a chain-link fence that runs along that edge, but it's old, bent in places, easy to step over if someone wanted to. The path runs parallel to the tree line for maybe 40 yards before it curves back toward the playground area. I was just about to turn back when I saw him. He was standing just outside the reach of the trail lights, maybe 20 or 30 feet away, facing into the trees. At first I thought he was just looking for something, maybe a dog or a lost phone, but he wasn't moving. He was completely still, just standing there like he was listening to something deep in the woods. He wasn't slouched or drunk looking. He stood tall and balanced, like someone perfectly comfortable in their body. I could only see the outline of him, but something about how still he was immediately put me on edge. People don't usually act like that unless they're trying to make you nervous, or they're too high to know better. I stepped off the trail and moved closer, shining my light toward him. That's when he turned around. He didn't look surprised. He wasn't startled or apologetic. He just turned his head, met my eyes, and smiled like he knew me, like he'd been waiting. Then, without saying a word, he turned and bolted into the woods. I didn't even think. I reacted. I took off after him. Now, I don't make a habit of chasing people blindly, especially in the dark, but something about that moment just hit a nerve. The way he smiled, so casual, like the whole thing was a game. My adrenaline kicked in fast, and my boots were pounding the dry earth before I realized I'd crossed the fence line and was leaving the trail behind. He moved like a machine, leaping over branches, ducking under limbs, cutting left and right through the thick underbrush, like he knew every inch of the place. I'm in good shape, and back then I was running 5 miles every other day, but even at a dead sprint I couldn't close the gap. He was always 10 or 15 feet ahead of me, just enough to keep me chasing. I was moving fast, and the trees around me blurred into each other. Thorns scratched my arms. My radio smacked against my vest with every stride. I couldn't even hear myself breathing anymore. It was all pulse and footfalls, and that guy, still just ahead, glancing back now and then with that same look. Not panicked, not scared, like he wanted me to follow. We kept going for what felt like 5 minutes, but it might have only been 2. The terrain dipped and rose, the ground getting softer and more uneven the deeper we went. I nearly tripped twice, once on a root, once in a shallow ditch. I stopped shouting. It didn't matter. He wasn't listening. I focused everything on trying to keep pace. Finally, we broke into a clearing. It was a sudden thing, like the trees just stopped and opened up. The moon was high and bright, and it lit up everything in a pale blue glow. There were no paths, no signs, just grass and a few stumps scattered here and there, maybe where the county had cut some trees years back. He was standing in the middle of the clearing, just standing there, chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. He looked at me again, that same damn smile still on his face. I slowed down, catching my breath, my heart pounding hard against my ribs. My hand hovered. It was one of those warm summer nights that felt almost perfect. My friend and I had gone camping for the weekend, picking a spot a little away from the main campground, near a big open field that stretched out under the dark sky. The moon was mostly hidden behind some clouds, and the stars were faint, but the air was cool and still. Everything around us seemed calm, peaceful even, like the world had slowed down just for that moment. We had walked out from the main site, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, down a narrow dirt trail through the trees. The trees were tall and thick there, a mix of oaks and pines, their shadows stretching far across the field. The grass was tall and dry, making a soft rustling sound as we stepped through it. The smell of pine needles and damp earth filled the air, mixed with a faint scent of smoke lingering from the campfires back at the main site. We found a spot near the edge of the woods, sitting down in the open field, away from the buzz of the other campers. The sounds of the campground didn't reach us here. No laughter, no crackling fires, no music or shouting, just silence. It was the kind of silence that presses down on you, heavy but calm, and I could feel my heartbeat slow as I leaned back against the soft grass. For a while, we just sat there, listening to the night. The occasional hoot of an owl, the chirp of crickets, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Nothing seemed out of place. It was the kind of quiet that makes you feel small, like you're just a tiny part of something much bigger. Then, without warning, the silence broke. At first, I thought it was some animal moving through the trees. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then the noise started. The sound was so terrible, so raw and unnatural that it froze me in place. It was a shrieking, screaming noise coming from somewhere deep inside the woods beside us. The noise was sharp and high-pitched, like the kind of sound an animal might make when it's being attacked or hurt. It was distant but clear, and it carried across the still night air. My friend and I exchanged a quick look, but neither of us said anything. The sound went on for what felt like forever, agonizing, desperate, filled with pain. It was so loud and terrifying it made my stomach churn and my skin crawl. It sounded like an animal was being torn apart alive, caught in a trap or attacked by something much bigger. For a second, I thought it might be a coyote or a bobcat, maybe even a mountain lion, but the screams didn't quite fit any of those. They were too long, too shrill, and carried an awful weight of suffering. The forest around us felt suddenly alive with something dark and dangerous, like we had stumbled on a moment we weren't supposed to see or hear. We didn't wait to find out what it was. Without a word, we jumped up and started running back toward the main campground. The grass was rough against my bare arms, and I could feel twigs scratching my legs as we ran fast through the field. My breath came hard and fast, and my heart hammered in my chest like it wanted to break free. Behind us, the woods seemed to swallow up the screams as they faded away into silence again. But the night felt different now. The calm peace was gone, replaced by something tense and sharp, like the forest was watching us, waiting. When we reached the main site, the noise of the other campers was a relief. People were talking and laughing, their voices loud and normal, but I felt like I had left a piece of myself back in that field. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there in the woods was still close, still dangerous. The rest of the night, I stayed close to the fire, watching the trees beyond the ring of light. The shadows were darker than before, and every crack or snap of a twig made me jump. I wanted to believe it was just an animal, some wild fight over territory or a trap gone wrong. But part of me knew that the woods held something harsher than the quiet camping trip we had planned. By morning, the sun came up and burned away the shadows. The woods looked calm again, and the field was bright with light. We packed up and left, not saying much, but both of us knew we wouldn't forget that scream for a long time. It was a reminder that out there, in the wild, nature didn't care about our peace or our plans. It was raw and real, and sometimes terrifying. Even now, thinking back, I can still hear that scream echoing in my mind. The sound of something caught, fighting, suffering in the dark woods, far from help or mercy. And I know I'm lucky to have made it back to the safety of the campfire, where the night felt a little less cold and a little less alone. I remember that winter evening clearly, even though I was only about 7 or 8 years old. The air was cold and sharp, and the snow covered everything like a thick white blanket, softening the sounds of the farm around me. Our family rented a farmhouse out in the country, surrounded by wide fields and patches of woods. The landlord owned the land and used the fields to raise cattle, and because we helped care for some of his steers, my siblings and I were part of 4-H. That night, We had taken my sister's friend out to see the steers before heading back to the house. The snow was deep, deeper than I was comfortable walking through, and I could tell my siblings, being taller and stronger, had less trouble moving through it. They decided to take what they called a shortcut back to the house, a route that cut through a wide open field, away from the farm buildings and the safety of the main paths. I didn't want to go that way. I was tired and cold, and the snow already weighed heavy on my boots and clothes. But they were chatting and laughing with my sister's friend, and they didn't seem to notice how hard it was for me to keep up. I called out to them to slow down, but it felt like my voice disappeared into the cold air without reaching them. As I tried to follow, my foot suddenly sank down deep into the snow, and the ground below gave way. The snow collapsed like a thin crust over a hollow space. Before I knew it, I was falling deeper and deeper until the cold, white walls of the snow pressed all around me, and I was stuck up to my chin. I couldn't move my legs, and my arms were pinned by the cold snow. I screamed as loud as I could, calling for my siblings to come back to help me. But the field was wide and empty, and no sound came back except the soft whisper of the wind moving the snow around me. The others didn't turn around, and the cold started to sink into my bones. The snow weighed heavy on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I was terrified. I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes felt like hours. I couldn't see much beyond the small circle of stars above me, twinkling cold and distant in the black sky. At some point, I stopped crying out, stopped struggling. I just stared at the stars and waited, feeling numb and small, and sure that I wasn't going to get out. The snow was so quiet and still, like a heavy blanket smothering me. I thought I might fall asleep and never wake up. But somewhere inside me, something kept pushing. I wasn't ready to give up. I started moving my arms, digging into the snow to try to make a small space around me. My fingers were numb and stiff, and the snow was hard and cold, but slowly, very slowly, I dug down until I could move my legs a little. I worked at it with everything I had, pulling myself up a little, scraping snow away, trying to find solid ground. The cold bit into my skin, and I could feel my boots slipping off as I moved. Eventually, they came off completely, lost in the snow, and I was left with only my socks. The cold was overwhelming, but the thought of being stuck there forever was worse. I pushed harder, moving toward the surface of the hole. The walls of snow around me shifted and creaked, and it was hard to tell if the hole would collapse or if I could hold on. My muscles ached, and tears froze on my face, but I kept going. I clawed my way out inch by inch until finally, I broke through the top. I was lying in a small depression in the field, shivering and wet, my clothes soaked with melted snow. The sky was still dark, but the stars were fading with the coming dawn. I pulled myself up on hands and knees and started moving toward the house. The snow was still deep, and I was barefooted, but I didn't care. I was freezing and tired, but I was alive. The nearest obstacle was a barbed wire fence that marked the edge of the field. It looked impossible to climb in my socks and frozen hands, but I managed to hoist myself up, careful not to get cut on the sharp wire. The cold bit into my skin, and every movement was painful, but I was so determined to get back that I didn't stop. After climbing over the fence, I stumbled toward the farmhouse. When I finally got inside, my parents were surprised and confused. They hadn't heard me come back, and my siblings told them I was just playing outside. No one knew what had really happened. I was cold, wet, and exhausted, but I felt relieved to be safe. Weeks later, when the snow melted and the fields opened up again, our landlord found the hole where I had fallen. It was a deep pit the bull had dug, hidden under the snow all winter. He filled it in so no one else would get trapped. To my surprise, he even brought back my boots, found near the edge of the hole where I must have lost them. It was a small but important reminder that I had made it through something scary and lived to tell about it. That night stuck with me for a long time, not because of any scary stories or ghosts, but because of the quiet fear and cold that nearly took me and the slow, hard fight to get back to safety. It taught me how fragile and strong I could be at the same time. The snow might cover the world in silence, but even in the deepest, coldest moments, there's a way out if you keep moving. When my mom was a kid, her family went on a camping trip one summer that none of them would forget, though at the time, nobody saw it as scary. Looking back, though, it was one of those moments that could have gone horribly wrong, and it's a story my mom always tells with a bit of disbelief. The trip was to a large state park, somewhere deep in the woods where the trees grew tall and thick, blocking out most of the stars. The campsite was a clearing not far from a river, surrounded on three sides by dense forest, the kind where the shadows linger long after the sun has gone down. The air was warm for a summer night, with just a slight chill creeping in as the hours ticked past midnight. They'd brought their dog, a friendly black lab named Max, even though Grandma had been against it from the start. She wasn't a fan of dogs messing around the camp, especially near tents where people were trying to sleep. But her sons, my uncles, insisted Max come along. They were young and stubborn, and they promised to keep Max under control. After setting up the tents and having dinner over the fire, the family settled in for the night. Everyone was exhausted from the day's hike and exploring. The tents were zipped up as best as they could manage, but the zipper on Grandma's tent was a bit faulty and hadn't been pulled all the way up. It was hot inside, and they thought leaving it slightly open would let some air in. Everyone was sound asleep when, sometime late in the night, Grandma woke up. She wasn't sure exactly what had stirred her, but it felt like something cold and wet was right up close to her face. It was dark, but she could feel something breathing on her skin and the unmistakable sensation of a wet nose sniffing and rubbing over her cheek and forehead. At first, she thought it was Max, the dog. Maybe he'd snuck into her tent and was just being his usual friendly, annoying self. She was annoyed to be woken by a wet dog nose poking at her face. Still half asleep and irritated, she reached out and swatted at the dog, telling him to get out of her tent. The noise and movement seemed to scare whatever it was away, and after a few tense moments, she lay back down, annoyed but relieved it was only the dog. In the morning, the mood was different. Grandma was frustrated and immediately confronted my uncles about the dog getting into her tent in the middle of the night. They had been responsible for keeping Max secure in the truck overnight, but they looked confused and shook their heads. They told Grandma that Max had never left the truck since they locked him in before bedtime. Grandma was stunned. If it wasn't the dog, then what the hell had been in her tent? She demanded they check around the campsite for tracks or signs, and that's when they found something that changed everything. There, near the edge of the clearing and leading up to the tent, were large, deep tracks that didn't belong to any dog. The prints were round and wide with visible claw marks, pressed into the soft earth where the ground was damp from the river mist. The tracks showed a heavy animal had walked slowly into the tent area and then back out again. Looking closely, they all realized the tracks belonged to a bear. The bear had come into the tent while everyone was sleeping. It had been the bear's cold, wet nose rubbing against Grandma's face. She had swatted at it, thinking it was the dog, not knowing she had actually been face to face with a wild bear. The thought of how close it came, how easily it could have done serious harm, made Grandma terrified. She immediately demanded they pack up and end the camping trip right then and there. None of them argued. The feeling of being that close to a bear in the middle of the night, so near and unseen, was enough to send them all home. They broke camp, packed their gear, and left the woods that same day, shaken but thankful that nothing worse had happened. When I was about 18 or 19, a close friend and I decided to take a walk through this big open field behind a neighborhood. The field was one of those strange stretches of land that nobody really used or cared about. It was tall grass, mostly overgrown with patches of dirt and some scattered trash here and there. Mostly old soda cans and plastic bags caught in the weeds. The neighborhood it backed up to looked quiet enough from a distance. Rows of houses with their porch lights off, windows dark. You'd expect nobody to be outside at that hour. It was late, really late, well past midnight. We'd just finished hanging out at a friend's place nearby and were cutting through the field on the way back to my house. We both liked to take this shortcut sometimes, even at night, because it was faster than walking around the streets. That night, the air was cold and still, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible in little white puffs. The sky was clear and full of stars, but there wasn't a moon, so the darkness was pretty thick, especially in the field where the streetlights didn't reach. We were joking quietly, not wanting to wake anyone up, just talking about random stuff, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. At the edge of the field, right next to this old wooden fence, I saw a shadow. It wasn't a normal shadow, though. It was a tall, dark figure standing motionless, looking over the top of the fence. This fence wasn't your typical backyard fence. It was maybe 7 feet high, made of thick wooden planks nailed tightly together. It looked old but sturdy. I stopped walking, and my friend did too. We looked at each other for a moment. Neither of us said anything, but my heart was pounding. The figure just stood there, perfectly still, like it was watching something on the other side. Then, without warning, it turned and ran along the fence fast. I mean fast. Way faster than any human I've ever seen. It moved in a strange, awkward way, almost like it was too tall for its own body, like the legs were longer than they should be. The way it ran, it was smooth but also kind of jerky, like it was moving on stilts or something. We didn't wait around to figure out what the hell it was. We just turned and sprinted, my legs pumping hard, lungs burning. We didn't stop until we reached the road at the edge of the field, where the streetlights bathed everything in yellowish light. Only then did I slow down and turn to look back, but the figure was gone. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just empty darkness behind the fence. To this day, I have no idea what that thing was. It wasn't an animal I'd ever seen, and it certainly wasn't a person. I've thought about it 1,000 times, trying to explain it with some kind of logic, but nothing fits. It was too big, too fast, and the way it moved was just off. The only thing I joke about now is maybe it was Shaquille O'Neal sneaking around the neighborhood for some reason. Because honestly, that's the only famous tall guy who might fit. The rest of that night, my friend and I stayed on the road until we were sure the figure wasn't coming back. We called it a night after that, both of us too spooked to keep walking through the field. I remember feeling cold all over, not just from the night air, but from the sense that something very strange was nearby, something watching. Since then, I never took that shortcut at night again. And every time I pass that field, I glance over at that fence, wondering if whatever it was is still out there. I was about 10 or 11 when this happened. I remember it all like it was yesterday, even though it's been years. I had been homesick from school, one of those days where you feel a bit tired and stuffy, but not sick enough to want to be in bed all day. So I was sitting on the couch, wrapped up in a blanket, watching TV. It was some cartoon I didn't really like, but was on anyway. The house was quiet except for the sound of the TV and the occasional car driving by outside. The front doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially because Mom had told me to stay inside and rest. I looked toward the door, a bit surprised. I didn't want to get up right away, but I figured it was probably the mailman or maybe a neighbor. I wasn't really thinking about anything bad at that moment, just that someone was at the door. When I opened it, there was a man standing there, dressed like a mailman, but I noticed right away that he looked a bit off. He had a cap on and a jacket with some kind of patch, but something about him didn't sit right with me. He smiled, but it wasn't warm or friendly, more like he was trying too hard. He told me he had a big package for us and needed help carrying it inside. The package was supposed to be so big that he couldn't carry it alone. I was young, but I had enough sense to know that something wasn't right. First, I looked around to see his mail truck. It wasn't anywhere in sight. Usually, the mailman's truck was parked right in front of the house or nearby. I asked him where his truck was. He said it was around the corner, but I could tell he was avoiding looking at me directly. That made me more uneasy. I remembered our regular mailman, the one who always brought those little lollipops for the kids on his route. He was friendly and knew me by name, so I asked why the usual mailman wasn't there. The man said he was visiting family and couldn't come today, so he was filling in. The man kept trying to persuade me to open the door fully and help with the package, but I told him I wasn't feeling well and wasn't allowed to leave the house. I said my mom would want me to stay inside. He tried to make it sound like it would be a big favor to my mom, saying it would be such a hassle to pick up the package from the post office. But I didn't want to take the chance. I told him I would come outside to help, but first, I needed to get my shoes from upstairs. As soon as I said that, I closed the front door and locked it behind me. Then I ran through the house to the back door and locked that too. My heart was pounding fast. I grabbed the phone and called my neighbor, who worked from home. She was like family to us and someone I trusted. I was screaming into the phone, telling her to come over immediately because someone suspicious was at the door trying to get inside. While I waited, I stood by the locked front door, staring out through the small window. The man saw me watching and yelled through the door, asking if I had found my shoes yet. I told him loudly that I called my neighbor to help carry the package because she was older and stronger. That seemed to catch him off guard. He just turned around and ran down the street. I watched until he disappeared from sight. After that, I never saw him again. I told my parents everything. They called the police, but the man was never caught. I still think about that day sometimes, wondering if he tried to trick other kids who weren't as cautious as I was. It scares me to think what could have happened if I had opened the door or stepped outside alone. I learned that day to always trust my gut and never open the door to strangers, no matter what they say. Even years later, the memory of that man's face, his fake smile, and the way he tried to convince me to open the door stays with me. It was one of the first times I realized the world isn't always safe, even in your own home. The feeling of locking the door behind me, running to call for help, and standing firm until the danger left taught me a lot about staying safe. I'm glad I was careful. It could have been so much worse. We'd been planning the trip for weeks, maybe even longer if you count the time spent daydreaming about it during lunch breaks or while stuck in traffic. Colorado had always been one of those places that lived in the back of my mind as the perfect summer escape. Mountains, pine trees, blue skies, and the kind of silence you can't find anywhere near a city. That morning, we'd driven up early, just as the sun started breaking over the horizon, the light hitting the trees in gold streaks while the roads twisted through valleys and ridges. We passed small towns, gas stations with 2 pumps, and a few stretches of empty highway, so quiet it felt like we were the only people on the planet. By late morning, we found a place to set up camp. It wasn't an official campsite, just a pull-off near a flat patch of grass under a wide shade tree. The ground was dry but soft enough to stake the tent. You could hear a creek in the distance, trickling down past some boulders, and a breeze carried that mix of pine and dust that clings to the air in mountain country. We were maybe 30 miles from the nearest town, no other people in sight, no cell service. Just space. We unpacked the gear. Tent, sleeping bags, blankets, a small gas stove, snacks, water jugs, all the usual stuff. The tree we set up under was tall and twisted, with thick bark and a wide canopy that gave us plenty of shade from the midday sun. It looked peaceful, safe even. The kind of place that made you want to lie down, close your eyes, and forget about everything for a while. It had been a long drive, so we decided to take a nap before exploring. We crawled into the tent, zipped the mesh shut to keep the flies out, and stretched out on top of the sleeping bags. The air inside was warm and still, and with the soft rustle of leaves above and the distant trickle of water, it didn't take long to drift off. I don't know how long we slept. Maybe an hour. Could have been more or less. But when I opened my eyes, something felt wrong right away. My skin itched. At first, I thought it was just heat rash or maybe a mosquito bite, but the itching kept spreading. Arms, legs, neck. I sat up, blinked a few times, and looked down. My shirt was covered in tiny red dots. At first, they didn't even register as bugs. Just specks of something, maybe dust or debris from the tree above. Then one of them moved, and then another, and another. My heart skipped. I leaned closer. The specks were alive, tiny, reddish, barely visible things, crawling in slow, jerking motions across the fabric. I looked at my arm, my pants, the inside of the tent. They were everywhere. Hundreds, thousands, covering the walls, the blankets, the floor, the zippers. The more I looked, the more I saw. Like the whole tent was alive, pulsing with movement. I scrambled out, pushing through the flap and stumbling onto the dry grass outside. I slapped at my clothes, trying to shake them off, but they clung like dust and static. I pulled my shirt off and shook it hard, but more kept appearing. My skin crawled, not just from the bugs, but from the sheer number of them. I felt them under my waistband, in my socks, on the back of my neck. Every time I brushed one off, 2 more took its place. The truck wasn't far, just a few feet from where we'd set up. I yanked open the passenger door and grabbed the spare shirt from behind the seat, slipping it on while trying not to hyperventilate. I thought maybe the bugs were just inside the tent, but when I turned and looked at the tree, I noticed the bark shimmered. Not just brown or gray. It shimmered red. I stepped closer and realized the entire trunk was moving. It was crawling with the same bugs, hundreds of thousands of them packed into the cracks and knots of the bark, climbing the branches, hanging from the leaves in clusters like dust clumps. Ticks. Not the big kind you pull off with tweezers. These were tiny larval stage ticks, nearly invisible unless they moved. And they were everywhere. The tree had to be infested. I don't know if the heat drove them down or if we just picked the wrong spot, but we'd made a serious mistake. I opened the truck's rear doors, threw in the blankets, gear, anything I could grab. The tent, crawling with the things, was a lost cause. I didn't want to touch it, but we needed to get out of there. The drive to town felt like a fever dream. Every few minutes, I'd feel one crawling on my skin. I scratched constantly, even when nothing was there. We rolled the windows down and tried brushing each other off, but the more we looked, the more bugs we found. They were in our hair, our ears, inside our sleeves. It felt like they were multiplying. We finally reached the edge of a town with a Walmart. Thank God for that. Pulled into the parking lot, red-eyed and itchy, our clothes stained and clinging. We grabbed the essentials: new shirts, pants, underwear, socks. Stuff we could change into quickly. We didn't even bother with the changing room. I stripped in the parking lot behind the truck, throwing the old clothes into a trash bag and tying it tight. We booked a cheap motel nearby. A squat, faded building with peeling paint and a sign that buzzed faintly even in the daylight. I didn't care what it looked like. We just needed a shower and somewhere to deal with the truck. First thing we did was get inside, strip down, and scrub. The hot water burned, but it felt like a blessing. I must have used half a bottle of soap, scratching and scraping until my skin was raw. Every single time I rinsed off, more little specks came off with the water, floating down the drain like dust motes. Afterwards, we took the trash bags with the old clothes and stuffed them into the motel's outdoor dumpster. Then we went back to the truck. That was when we realized the situation was worse than we thought. Even with the windows shut, the bugs had gotten inside. Not in huge numbers, but enough to notice. Crawling across the dashboard, clinging to the seat fabric, hiding in the creases of the floor mats. I opened the glove compartment and found 3 more crawling along the papers. They were in the air vents, too. I could see a few stuck between the slats. I didn't even want to think about how many had gotten behind the paneling. We drove to a nearby auto store, bought a bug bomb kit meant for fleas and ticks, and followed the instructions. Closed all the windows, set the canister off inside, locked the doors, and let it sit for several hours. While the chemical fog did its work, we walked across the street to the laundromat. We brought every last piece of fabric with us. Spare blankets, sleeping bags, towels, everything that had touched the tent or the tree. We used the hottest water setting, double-washed everything with extra detergent, then dried them on high heat until they were nearly too hot to touch. I watched the dryers spin like they were the last barrier between me and an infestation that could follow me home. We sat in silence while the machines worked. Every now and then, someone else would come in, a woman with 2 kids, an older man reading a magazine, but I barely noticed them. My mind was still back at that campsite, crawling with bugs. The motel bed that night was stiff and lumpy, but it was clean. I kept waking up, thinking I felt something on my skin, only to find nothing. Phantom itching. Every creak in the floor or shift of the sheets made my pulse jump. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling fan and thinking about how close we came to bringing all that home. The next morning, we checked the truck. Most of the bugs were gone. A few dead specks lay on the dashboard, curled up like burnt rice. I wiped them off with a cloth and sprayed the vents again, just in case. We let the car air out with the doors open for a couple hours, parked under the motel's carport. I vacuumed the seats, the carpets, even the seams between the door panels. We were lucky it wasn't worse. If they'd been bigger or burrowed into the upholstery, we might have had to junk the whole vehicle. We left town after breakfast. Eggs, toast, coffee, nothing fancy, but hot and simple and grounding. It felt good to eat something that didn't come from a plastic wrapper or a cooler. As we drove back down the highway, the landscape stretched out in silence. Same trees, same hills, same sun-dappled ridges. But it felt different now, like the place had teeth, and we'd gotten a glimpse of them. When we got home, we washed everything again. Twice, even stuff we didn't use. Just to be sure, the truck got detailed top to bottom. We kept an eye out for weeks, checking skin for bites, shaking out clothes before putting them on, vacuuming the floors constantly. But we never saw another tick. That whole trip lasted less than 24 hours. We didn't even make it a full day. But it stuck with me. How something so small, so invisible at first, could unravel everything. One wrong tree. One dead knob. And suddenly, we're scrubbing bugs out of our ears and wondering if our car's full of them. I haven't been camping since. Not because I hate nature or because I'm scared. I still love the outdoors. I still believe in the peace of mountains and the sound of a creek in the distance. But now I check the trees. I look close, real close, at the bark, the branches, the shade I used to trust without a second thought. Because once you've seen it moving, once you've felt it crawling across your skin, you never really forget. A couple years back, I had a night that stuck with me ever since, no matter how many times I've tried to brush it off. I don't talk about it much, but it happened. Every bit of it. I know how it sounds, but the details are burned into my memory. There were 3 of us that night, me and 2 of my closest friends. I'll call them D and J. We weren't doing anything special, just heading up to a place we'd been dozens of times before. Look Rock. Look Rock is a concrete observation tower perched at the top of Chilhowie Mountain in Blount County, Tennessee. It's tucked into the edge of the Smokies, not too far off the Foothills Parkway. From the pull-off where you park, there's a short paved trail, maybe half a mile long, that winds upward through the woods to the tower. It's the kind of spot where you can watch the fog roll over the valleys in the morning, or catch the sunset bleeding over the mountains at night. I've been going there since I was in high school, and it's always had a certain presence to it. That's the only word I've ever been able to use. You can't see it, and there's nothing you can point to, but you feel it in your spine. Like the trees are watching. Not in a supernatural sense, just alert. Aware. The air feels different there, heavier somehow. Some nights you can hear everything. The buzz of cicadas, the wind through the pines, distant owls. But other nights, it's like the whole place holds its breath. That night was one of the quiet ones. We'd gone up late. I think we got there around 11 p.m. It was cool but not cold. One of those early autumn nights where the mountain air feels sharper than it does in town. I remember we didn't see another soul in the pull-off. Not even another car. That wasn't too unusual for the time of night, but still, it added to the feeling. The walk-up was uneventful. D and J were cracking jokes, just talking about work and music, nothing serious. I was quiet, mostly listening. I remember thinking how strange it was that the woods were so still. No wind, no crickets, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. That kind of silence is rare in the woods. It's not peace, it's the kind of silence that presses on your ears. It makes you start imagining sounds that aren't there. Every step on the trail sounded louder than it should have. When we reached the tower, we climbed the ramp to the top. The view was as good as ever, city lights far off in the distance, stars overhead. You could see forever. We sat there for a couple hours just talking. The kind of aimless, half-serious conversation that only happens at 2 a.m. on a mountaintop. None of us were in a rush. We drank a couple sodas, shared a bag of chips, and just sat. It felt like a safe pocket of time, like nothing could reach us that high up. But around 3 a.m., we all agreed it was time to head back. The chill had started to set in a little deeper, and the air felt different. Not colder, exactly. More tense, like static just under the surface of everything. We started walking down, and as we passed the base of the tower, I noticed something that froze me in my tracks. Just off the paved path, maybe 10 feet away, there are these 2 big flat boulders. They look almost placed there like decorations, each about 6 feet across, not very tall, more like giant stepping stones than rocks. I've seen them every time I've visited, but this time, there was something sitting on one of them. At first, I thought it was a shadow, just a trick of the eyes. But as I kept walking, I realized it wasn't that. It was a solid black figure, crouched low, maybe 4 or 5 feet tall. Completely black, with no features. And 2 glowing red eyes. Not like reflectors, not like animal eyes catching light. These were glowing. Deep and steady, like embers buried in coals. It didn't move. Just stared. I stared back, locked onto it. I blinked. Gone. No noise, no blur of motion. Just gone. Neither D nor J had noticed. They kept walking, unaware. I paused for a second, heart beating fast, then forced myself to keep moving. I didn't say anything. It's not that I didn't believe what I saw. I just couldn't explain it. And I didn't want to sound crazy. We weren't drunk. We weren't high. We were just 3 guys walking down a mountain in the dark, and something was very, very wrong. The path winds slowly downward, hugging the side of the mountain. About a third of the way down, there's a sharp 90-degree right turn. Before that, the trail continues straight for about 20 feet, just a maintenance path for park rangers. We got close to that turn when I noticed something else. Footsteps. Not ours, we were all walking in sync, and I knew our rhythm. But suddenly, I was hearing an extra set. Light but distinct. for sets of footsteps, but only 3 of us. I stopped and turned around. That's when I saw it. Right behind Jay, maybe 4 feet back, there was something tall, too tall. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like anything solid. It looked like a shimmer, like heat waves rising off pavement in summer. The shape was vaguely human, maybe 7 feet tall, broad shoulders tapering into nothing below the knees. It stood there, motionless, pulsing with a kind of visual static. I couldn't make out any features, just that wavering distortion of the air. I stared. 3 seconds, maybe 4, then gone. No movement, just vanished. This time I did speak up. I told them something was wrong. They didn't ask questions. They didn't even need to. They both felt it too. You could tell. Something was behind us, even if they didn't see it. We picked up the pace. Not running, but fast. Alert. Every sound, the gravel under our feet, the creak of the trees, even our own breathing, felt amplified. About halfway down the trail, there's this spot where a fallen tree leans into the V of another split trunk, forming a sort of triangle. It's always caught my eye because it looks almost like a tent frame. That night, I happened to glance up as we approached it, and I froze. There it was again, the crouched black figure, perched right at the apex of the triangle, like some kind of predator watching from a hiding spot. Same size, same glowing red eyes. No motion, just presence. It held its position for 2 seconds, 3 at most, then vanished again. No sound, no motion blur. Just gone. I didn't stop walking. I couldn't. I just muttered to myself and kept moving, kept pushing my legs to keep pace with the others. We didn't speak. We didn't have to. Whatever this was, it was following us, watching us, showing itself, but only to me. We reached the car, and the second the doors were shut, I felt a flood of pressure lift from my chest. Like crossing a threshold. Like whatever had been trailing us was forced to stay behind. We drove like hell down Foothills Parkway. I remember the way the turns blurred, the way the headlights barely seemed to cut through the dark. I must have hit 90. Nobody said a word. Dee was tense. Jay kept looking out the rear window. When we finally got to the highway, it was like a wave of normalcy returned. Streetlights, civilization, safety. We dropped Jay off at his house first. He said nothing, just gave us a nod and went inside. It was almost 4 a.m. Dee lived about 15 minutes away. I took him home, then turned around in his driveway to head home myself. As I was backing out, Dee's phone rang. I saw the screen light up his face. He answered, and in the glow of the dashboard, I saw his expression go pale. He opened the door, stepped out, and waved me down. Something had happened at Jay's house. We turned around and tore back across town. When we pulled up to Jay's place, every light in the house was on. From the street, it looked like the kind of panic you don't fake. We rushed inside, found him in his room, sitting on the edge of the bed with a Bible in one hand and a .45 in the other. Jay isn't religious. He owns guns but doesn't sleep with them. His face was hollow. His skin was pale. I could see the pulse in his neck hammering away. His bedroom is usually lit up by several sources. There's a street light right outside the window, a nightlight in the corner, a clock, and a stereo with LED lights. Enough light that even with your eyes closed, you know you're not in darkness. But something had happened when he got in bed. According to him, the moment he closed his eyes, the room went black. Not dim, not dark, black, pitch, the kind of absence that swallows everything. But the lights were still on. He could still see the street light outside, the clock, the stereo, but none of them gave off any glow. It was like the room had swallowed the light. Then something touched him. A hand, cold and heavy, on his throat. Pressure, not squeezing but deliberate. Holding. Then a sound. Not a voice, but a vibration, low and angry. Like the growl of an engine revving in a distant garage. Then it was gone. That's when he turned on every light in the house, grabbed his gun, and called Dee. We searched the place, but it was empty. No signs of forced entry. No animals. No explanations. Just a lingering fear. The kind that sinks into your muscles. We didn't know what to do. I remembered reading somewhere that salt could help. It sounded stupid, but I didn't care. We lined the windows, the door frames, every threshold with a thick layer. We stayed the rest of the night, just in case. Nothing else happened. The next day, things felt normal again. Too normal. Like it had never happened. But it had. We never told anyone. Not really. A few mentions here and there, but not the whole thing. It felt too heavy. Too strange, but real. We've been back to Look Rock since then. A few times out of curiosity. It's never felt the same. The woods are always quiet now. Not peaceful. Scared. Like they know what we brought back. And whatever it was, it saw me. It still does. I don't talk about that trip often. Sometimes I try to forget it ever happened, because admitting it makes it real. But I've learned that the mind doesn't just forget when you want it to. It waits. It hides things in the back of your head until something small, a smell, a sound, a tree line, brings it rushing back so fast it almost knocks the wind out of you. That's what this cabin was like for me. I went up there alone, sometime in my late teens. I just inherited some money after my dad died, suicide. It was brutal, the kind of thing that leaves holes in you that you don't realize are there until they start bleeding. My mom couldn't keep up with the payments on the family cabin after everything happened. They were trying to sell it, papers were going through, and it wasn't being rented anymore. It was empty, and I figured it was the perfect place to get away from everything. I packed my snowboard, some old PlayStation games, a few books, a good amount of liquor and cigarettes, and my dog Midnight, a big black mutt, loyal as they come. I didn't tell the rental company I'd be staying there. I had keys, the alarm code, everything. I figured no one would care, and at the time, I didn't really care either. I just wanted to disappear for a while. The cabin sat about a mile off the main road, nestled into thick pine woods not far from Mount Bachelor. You had to take a long, narrow road to get to it, and once you were there, it was easy to forget the rest of the world existed. There were 2 other cabins nearby, but they were spaced out far enough that you couldn't see them through the trees. I knew from memory and from observation that neither was occupied. It was deep winter, the kind of snow that swallows sound and makes everything feel frozen in time. The first 2 days passed in a blur. I was still feeling numb, hollowed out. I played with Midnight in the snow, hit the slopes a couple times, drank in the evenings, listened to music, and let my mind zone out on the PlayStation. I didn't use any of the other rooms in the house aside from the living room, kitchen, and the master bedroom upstairs. The other doors stayed shut. I've never liked open doors leading into dark rooms. I didn't then, and I sure as hell don't now. The 3rd day is when things started to shift. The snowfall had gotten heavier, and I didn't feel like driving out. I decided to stay in and hunker down. Sometime around midday, I was outside letting Midnight roam around the edge of the yard when I noticed the tracks. Footprints. They weren't mine. They weren't from Midnight. They were human, clearly, but a little off. The spacing was long, deliberate. The snow was falling steadily, but the prints still had enough shape that I could tell they'd been made less than an hour ago. They curved around the cabin, not close to the windows, but just far enough to be watching. They stopped near the tree line, not near the driveway, not near the main path, and they led off into the forest. I stared for a long time, trying to figure out what I was looking at. My first instinct was to write it off. Maybe someone staying in one of the other cabins had wandered too far. But there hadn't been any lights or movement from either place since I got there. I knew for a fact they were empty. No smoke from chimneys, no tracks in their driveways, no cars. Still, I forced myself to forget it. I went back inside and closed all the blinds. That helped. A little. That night, after watching a movie, I took Midnight upstairs. He was always good about alerting me when something was off, and I figured if anything weird happened, he'd be my early warning. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark, not quite sleepy, just zoned out, when he suddenly stiffened. His ears shot up, then he bolted off the bed, nails tapping hard against the wood floor as he ran down the stairs. I stayed still. I could hear him pacing down there, moving fast back and forth in the living room. After about 5 minutes, he came back up and started his little dance, the one he did when he wanted to go out. Reluctantly, I got up, grabbed a coat, slipped on my boots, and leashed him up. We stepped outside into the cold, and the moment we did, he wasn't trying to pee. He was pulling hard, dragging me toward the side of the house. He kept sniffing at the wall, then turned toward the trees where I'd seen the prints earlier. His head kept snapping between the trees and the roof, like he couldn't decide where the threat was. I yanked him back, told myself he was probably just reacting to a raccoon or some other animal out there, even though I hadn't seen a single one since arriving. When I finally got him inside, he didn't go back to bed. He sat at the foot of it, eyes locked on the balcony door. I lay there listening to the wind for a long time, trying not to think about it. Then came the steps. It wasn't loud, just 6 or 7 distinct thuds, right on the roof above me. The kind of deliberate pace a person would make if they were walking slowly in boots. There was no crunch of snow, no scuffling, just these even unnaturally spaced thuds. Too far apart for a squirrel or raccoon, too heavy for a bird. It sounded human. I kept still, barely breathing. Midnight didn't bark. He just walked to the screen door leading to the balcony and stood there, waiting. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just snow falling. Or maybe a pine cone. Something ordinary. I needed air. I needed a cigarette. So I stepped out onto the balcony, flashlight in one hand, cigarette in the other, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my ears. I swept the flashlight across the roof. Nothing. No footprints. No disturbance in the snow. It was clean, smooth, perfect. But something still didn't feel right. The forest was too quiet. I turned the light to the trees around the cabin, letting my eyes adjust to the dark as I smoked. That's when I saw it. Maybe 20 feet up, in one of the thick pines, something crouched between 2 branches. Not sitting. Crouched. Like a man, but not quite. The arms were stretched above its head, gripping the branch above. The knees were bent sharply, weight balanced on the one below. I couldn't see its face. Just the outline of a body, too big and solid to be anything normal. It wasn't swaying with the wind. It wasn't moving at all. I stood frozen, cigarette burning down between my fingers, unable to take my eyes off it. Behind me, I felt Midnight pacing again, quietly whining. I thought about shining the flashlight on it, but my gut screamed not to. I listened. Slowly, carefully, I stepped backward into the cabin and closed the screen door behind me. Then I locked it, shut the blinds, and forced myself not to look again. Inside, I aimed the flashlight back at the tree. Nothing. Whatever I'd seen was gone. Maybe it had never been there. I told myself it was a branch, a shadow, anything. I tried to settle down, but I couldn't sleep. Midnight stayed curled up beside me, ears flicking every time the wind shifted. Then the tapping started. It came from the balcony door. Not loud, not like banging or knocking, just a gentle, consistent tapping, like someone lightly drumming their fingers on the glass. Top, 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 persik, top. Over and over again. It lasted for nearly an hour. I lay there with the blanket up to my chin, breathing shallow, completely paralyzed. Midnight sat upright the entire time, staring at the door but never going near it. And the worst part was the feeling. It's hard to explain, but I felt like something was trying to get me to open the door. Not in a magical, supernatural way. Just in that weird psychological way that people get when they're being manipulated. Like when someone watches you for too long and smiles without blinking. That kind of quiet pressure. The tapping didn't stop until just before sunrise. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I passed out sometime after dawn, and when I woke up, everything was normal. The tapping was gone. No prints on the balcony. No sign of anything in the trees. I felt crazy even trying to figure it out. I wanted to believe I'd dreamed it all, but Midnight acted off the entire day. He wouldn't go near the balcony or the tree line. Wouldn't even walk past the sliding glass door. He just stayed close to me, tense, like he was waiting for something to come back. The rest of the week passed without incident. I snowboarded again, drank a little more than I should have, tried to pretend everything was fine. Midnight slowly relaxed, and by the time I left, it felt like whatever had happened was over. Maybe nothing had happened at all. Maybe my brain, overwhelmed by grief and stress, had created something that wasn't really there. That's what I told myself. But here's the thing. I've been back since. Only once. Years later, I drove up just to see the place again after it had sold. I didn't get out of the car. Didn't go near the cabin. Just sat on the road and looked at it from the distance. And the tree, the one outside the balcony, was gone. Not cut down. Not felled. Just gone. Like it had never been there. I know how that sounds. But I'm telling you, I remember it. I remember every single branch. I remember how tall it was, how it leaned slightly left. I remember where I saw whatever that thing was. And I remember it was right there. And then it wasn't. I haven't been back since. I don't plan to. Sometimes I wonder if that thing I saw, or thought I saw, was real. Maybe it was a person. Maybe it was someone squatting in the woods, living in the trees. It's not impossible. People do strange things when they're desperate. Or maybe it really was just my brain unraveling. A stress reaction, hallucination, paranoia, all of it. But I think about the footprints. I think about the steps on the roof. And I think about Midnight. The way he stared at that door like he'd seen something I couldn't. Dogs don't hallucinate. They don't imagine things the way we do. Whatever was out there, real or not, I trusted his instincts more than my own. And I listened to my dad's voice in my head, the one that told me to stay in bed, to fear the living. Because ghosts can't hurt you. Not really. But people can. And I don't ever want to know what kind of person lives in a tree